everyone. How's everybody doing? No, I'm just kidding. You can all come closer if you want, or sit wherever you want, wherever makes you feel comfortable. Thanks, Jessica. Jessica Moss, everybody. How are you, Jessica? So great. Thanks, everyone, tuning into the live stream and also here in Rialto Hall. My name is Eve. I am the Symposium Director. I am so happy to be hosting this conversation with these wonderful folks to my right for amazing, talented, interesting clap. Do it if you want. Thank you so much. Very polite clap. As we settle into this discussion, it's going to be an amazing time. I want to ground our time together in an acknowledgement of where we are. We're in Jojage, the unceded territory of the Ganingahaga. This island has long served as a site of meeting and exchange amongst different nations, different peoples, and that's the context that Symposium, a place where we're also meeting and exchanging, takes place. I'm so excited about this talk. Do musicians have to be influencers to be successful? Great question. What do you think? Hold that thought. Hold that thought. We're gonna get to some very interesting things. I'm gonna introduce the panelists to my right. First, we have Melissa Vincent. Hi, Melissa.
Hi. Hello.
Yeah, use the microphone.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Do you want to introduce who you are? I feel like it's nice to have people introduce themselves.
Of course. I mean, I am really, really excited to have this conversation. I feel like this is the kind of thing that's always sort of top of mind, and it's rare to have spaces to really dive in. And I think the diversity of perspectives here might give us a lot to bite into. I'm a music journalist based in Toronto, broadly looking at the intersection of music and technology with intimacy, equity, community formation. I write for everybody on occasion. More recently, I've been doing some music doc work, and my background is in heavy music, which I always like to position off the top. So,
love that. Thanks so much. Next up, Star Amarasu.
Hello.
Star, introduce yourself. Who are you?
Hi there. Hello. My name is Star Amarasu. I live in LA.
Ooh.
I am the American Apparel hipster Barbie of the panel.
There has to be one of these.
There has to be at least one. So they brought me all the way here. What do? I do things, and I am a person. I'm a noun.
Period.
No, I'm an entertainer at the end of the day. I'm an entertainer. I entertain people, whether it be on the computer, in person, or behind the scenes. I entertain.
Exactly. Star's also an amazing musician and DJ, and that part,
too.
and you're DJing tonight.
Oh, yes.
Yes, downstairs in the Piccolo Rialto.
Only because I asked. I was like, I want to DJ. You asked me to do this, and I was like, I want to DJ too.
You're so good at it.
Well.
And you have lots of interesting things to say.
They do pay me to do it.
Yeah. Next up, Maurice, welcome.
Thank you.
Everyone gets a clap. Introduce yourself, Maurice. Who are you?
My name is Maurice. I'm a local Montreal musician, songwriter. I make music in French and English. I call it stormy, sweet alt pop. And I also kind of accidentally became a TikToker lately, which has been fun and unexpected. So I make some content. And I also recently have started DJing, which is pretty fun. So I'm just trying to always learn more forms of creativity and create on different platforms. Yeah.
Nice. And last but certainly not least, David.
Hi. Schellenberg is my last name.
Yes.
It's a hard one.
Introduce yourself. Who are you?
Hi, I'm David. I have a long history in working in music. I started throwing shows as a 15-year-old, and then I eventually bought a bar with 7 other people and ran and purchased shows at a club. And then I got out of that during the pandemic and started a digital marketing firm that's called Signal Noise Music Marketing that runs ads on social media for artists like Iron Maiden, Motorhead, even though Lemmy's dead. And I hold contracts with labels like Artifact Records, Constellation, and a bunch of people. So I have a background in indie rock, and then I recently converted to like noise rock and punk rock. And yeah, that's what I do.
Awesome. Thanks so much. So what's going to happen is we're going to have a little conversation. If people want to think about questions you want to ask, there'll be time in a little bit to ask those, and we can get into them. Star, why don't we start with you?
Great.
So you were the one to teach me about social media.
Okay, yeah. Should we talk about it?
Circa like 2018, 2019, when I had a few hundred followers and did not know what to do at all.
I do remember that. It
Yeah.
was funny. You know, I'm happy you brought it up. No, I'm just kidding. Because I sometimes say this all the time. It's like, well, my claim to fame is you. You're my claim to fame. Like a mom is like, oh, well, my child. No, I remember we had this conversation because I feel like you were having some emotional feelings about it.
Totally.
And I think that's the biggest thing I notice is when people have these like big investment of emotion in the like process of it. And that was like the first thing was like, okay, like it's not about how you feel about it, and it's not about how you feel about yourself. And like that was like the first thing that we kind of were talking about with social media and the work of the job, right?
Yeah, and seeing social media as part of your job.
As part of your
as a
job.
musician.
Versus like an actual reflection of your self-worth.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Even though it's a platform that's built around like numbers of likes and things like that,
Yes.
it's very easy to get pulled down into that. And I remember you were telling me, you just gotta
make it a thing that it's not. It can be aspects of yourself, like when we were talking about how to like the tools of which to start thinking about how you wanted to market yourself, I guess, really is what it is at the end of the day. But we weren't using those words, like we were having like a conversation, but you're like marketing yourself to people. So you are using your real experiences, but oftentimes you have to separate your actual feelings from it. And that was like the first step of like being a better or becoming more successful at it too, because it's like you're doing it a lot and you're making a lot of posts and you're making content and stuff, and it's like separating the self-worth part of it was the first step, right? That's kind of, is that what we're talking about? Yeah.
Totally. And I'm curious, like, what is your relationship to social media and your art these days?
I think of it as like a fantasy. Like I don't view it as, like I might even obfuscate. I like that word. That's my new word. Obfuscate, like, yeah, where the truth is not really the truth. Like what is real? It's like kind of like some of it is funny, like it's purposefully funny, or it's purposefully like, is this actually the actual real thing? Because it's not an accurate reflection of my current mental health state. Sometimes, like a lot of my early social media presence was really much about emotions, and my art was very emotional, and so I would get a lot of weird messages from people that I didn't like, and like suicidal type of stuff that I just didn't have the capacity for. And so I had this therapist, and we talked a lot about how to stop that from happening. And I was like, I think I'm gonna just work on my presence online of like what I'm sharing and how I'm sharing it. And so I realized that I have to like separate my self-worth and my real self from Amarasu, like Star Amarasu, the like online character, honestly. And so I honestly today I feel like I notice a lot of people who know me or who've only known me through the internet and then meet me later are like, oh, like you're a little bit different than you are on the computer or like you are on Instagram. And I'm like, yeah, that's because like I had to separate that version of me from like my real self in order to continue to build that as a career or like make money from that. Because it's not like, it can't be me.
Melissa, you want to say something?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm really proud of you for being able to make that distinction, because we're living through a moment where audiences have never had this level of access to the artists that they listen to and idolize in some ways. And we see that in the ways that these platforms are constructed, right? If we consider that Facebook used to have a timeline. On TikTok, we have a For You page. This idea of like individualized curation makes it seem like the person in front of you is speaking to you and you alone. And I think under those conditions, those lines between how intimate is too intimate, at what point does it become invasive, becomes really blurry. And then on top of that, you know, when Instagram famously, I mean, they changed their algorithm pretty frequently, but prioritized it to focus on faces, then we also get this idea of vulnerability, this idea of just a person speaking to a camera. Our human likeness is something that can be gamified. It's something that like you're rewarded the more of yourself you put into it. And those things get boosted to the top of everybody's search feed. So I think to be an actual person in the middle of that storm is emotional. And it does require a lot of in-person renegotiations around like what you're seeing online is a product of a number of different things happening at once. It really is the product of like 3 major tech companies deciding how they want to build and develop and wield an audience, and then individuals, and then artists and musicians in particular right at the middle of it.
Maurice, I'm curious what you think about all of this. Like, you and I have had lots of conversations about TikTok and emotional well-being, and I remember we hopped on the phone right after your video went mega viral, and we had lots of conversations. I'm curious, what's your relationship like to social media these days?
Yeah, well, it seems like Eve is everyone's point person to go to for social media conversations. Eve is amazing.
I am available for hire. Yeah.
But yeah, it's been a really interesting learning experience because I think there is that level of, like Star was saying, wanting to keep not your full emotional self online because that can be really dangerous or harmful or exhausting. But then you also want to present your truest self in a way because you want people to connect with who you are. And I think people can tell pretty quickly on social media when there is a front. It's one thing to be, you know, like a character that you're creating and living that fantasy, which is wonderful, but it's a different thing to be, you know, fake online or trying to be something that you're not. And I think it's apparent pretty quickly. So the icicle TikTok that I did over winter in Montreal, it feels like such a silly thing to talk about because it was such a funny concept that I was just rating icicles around Montreal and how dangerous and deadly they were. And then all of a sudden, it was like in the news and like a reporter from CNN retweeted it and all this crazy stuff. And all of a sudden I had a widely larger audience. Like I just had a couple thousand or something followers. And then, you know, all of a sudden it was 20,000, 30,000. And I had no idea what to do. So I actually just didn't post for a long time after that first TikTok because there was that pressure of following it up, knowing which direction to go in because I'm not going to be an icicle artist for the rest of my life. First of all, that's only sustainable maybe 5 months a year in Montreal because it is pretty cold. So redirecting that and figuring out what I wanted my quote-unquote brand to be, and then hoping people weren't upset because people were like, I came here for icicles. I was like, well, that's not the only thing that I am. So yeah, I guess I'm still learning kind of how to, once you start building an audience who does expect certain things and want certain things, how to cater to that audience because you want to give your audience what they want, but also to inject my own creativity and things that are important to me and make sure that that is very much alive on my platforms because otherwise it just wouldn't feel good. And when I don't do that, it does feel very tiring. So yeah, trying to honor that.
Yeah, totally. David.
Yeah.
I'm really curious what your thoughts are on all of this from
Sure.
like the industry label side of things.
Sure.
Like, can you talk about like your role in digital marketing and
Sure.
and how you think about social media and artist releases and things like that?
I help artists monetize their careers via social media, in short. So I use social media strictly as a tool to build trust, to sell a product at the end of the day. I know it's very bleak to say that out loud.
I think it's very real.
But that's
It's so real, yeah.
That's what it is. And your job as an artist on social media is to get to know your audience, create trust, create friends, do favors so that you can go back and ask them for a favor, and that favor is to buy a ticket, to stream, to do something like that. Often artists commonly make a mistake when you first follow an artist on social media. You'll see an ad or a post or something that's like, buy a ticket to this, buy a ticket to that. You don't know that person yet. Why would you do that? You just introduce them. That's like if Eve was like, help me move tomorrow. I'd be like, Eve, you're great, but we're not that close. But if Eve and I
After all we've been through.
I know, maybe you're a bad example. Eve and I work on many projects together. But it's about building that foundation of trust. And so that, like, let's say Eve and I hang out some more, we swap stories, I be vulnerable, you be vulnerable to me, I lend you a sweater, right. And then eventually it's like, hey, David, will you help me move? I'll be like, absolutely. And artists have to make that relationship with their audience to sell a product. And so that, oh, I sound so much like my father, so capitalistic. He's so proud of me. I tried to do art instead, but fuck, here we are. But yeah, that's what social media is to me, is just a way to build campaigns and build trust and create funnels from introduction to purchasers, to keep you engaged on the platform, to find out what you like and what you want from that artist so that they can serve it to you. And ideally be genuine about it and, be honest. Because again, like you said, if you're not going to be honest, then no one's going to stick around. So it has to sort of be like a collaborative world of both. I tried for a client, I made them post about getting a speeding ticket, their gear setup, and records that they thought were underrated. And everyone wanted to know about their gear. You saw it naturally, that's what people wanted to. So then they just started doing gear segments, and all of a sudden that's what they got popular for. And then they were able to get that to convert people to listeners and to customers. It's just how it works.
Go ahead.
Oh, this just made me think about, yes, awesome. But also, like, if you're the product, then it's like the same, but it's a little different
of course.
Too. Because, I feel like that's the thing. It's like, at the end of the day, like, I'm the product. Like, I'm selling myself. So it's like, how do I sell myself? Which is the thought process that I go through. And I was thinking about this the other day because recently, most of the castings that I've gotten, I get purely from social media. Like every single thing I've gotten, it's like I'll get a DM for somebody to ask for my email for them to send me the casting for the show, the runway show, the things. And I just did New York Fashion Week, and like multiple things that I got were from Instagram reels that I posted, or like a reel of me walking the runway. Then from New York Fashion Week had me the day before yesterday, I did a casting in LA for LA Fashion Week because of a reel I posted of me walking the runway. And it's like, so these kinds of things really kind of snowball too. I feel like if you're the thing that people want to buy, if it's you, then you like doing the job also helps like people want to book you for the same thing. It's kind of works like you were saying, it's the same thing. It's like having proof of concept is what I use my social media for also, kind of. It's like it's a proof of concept, basically.
Yeah, and I think just the timing of it becomes its own sort of instrument that you can play with and figure out how you make that work in your best interest, because I think I'm really glad that you mentioned after seeing this sort of viral moment, you were able to take a step back, because I feel like there's a lot of pressure to keep producing and keep creating. And when that happens really quickly, you're trying to do that while simultaneously figuring out what kind of identity you want on that platform. And in order to build that level of trust, you have to have either some degree of consistency or a level of authenticity that feels like it's all connected. Which is hard to do. Like, people hire somebody like you to figure out how to do that. And typically, for the biggest stars in the world, it takes a huge team. And I think that sometimes, especially for rising artists, that illusion can be forgotten. That even Doja Cat lying on her bed making a TikTok like this seems like it's her doing that, but there is a massive team behind her that
and like 15 takes of that.
Exactly, yeah. 15 takes, like a strat plan that was put in place, a brief that was created, just time sectioned out, like the infrastructure behind the scenes to get to that level of something that seems really honest for artists on that level is just completely out of scale of what a lot of people can do. And then like the question of investment too, like the time takes to create a TikTok or a reel or any kind of content. You know, it's not only the monetary cost, it's your time investment. If you need to work a second job, if you have other obligations, and you also need to figure out how to develop a strategy for the content you want to create, sectioning off time in your day to post it, to respond to it, to actually just take it through the full life cycle. It's a lot.
It is indeed a lot. I'd love to talk more about this A word that's been thrown around a lot, which is authenticity, because I think the social media ecosystem we exist in right now is values a certain like authenticity or like performance of authenticity, and I'm curious how all of you think about that, like in the stuff you create or the stuff you work on with other people or the stuff you see. Like, how do you think about like performance versus, you know, picking up the phone and doing? How do you think about that? You know what I mean?
I know what you mean.
Go for it.
I'm a hater though.
Say more.
I just feel like I think like everyone's stuff is kind of boring. Like I don't really. That's why I don't have TikTok downloaded on my phone.
Hell yeah.
Anymore, because I feel like everything's kind of boring. Or like, you know how you're talking about like you tell this person to do the 3 different things. It's like I would go on these things and I'm like, after a certain point, most people get a video that they become successful and then they just do that one thing, and it kind of becomes boring to me. Even if it is what they like to do, it's just boring. I'm a shit poster. Like at the end of the day, I really feel like most of the time I'm a shit poster, and that's like what I find funny. So then I just kind of, it's very random, which I like those pages that are super random. Like there's this one TikTok, I couldn't remember their name. I don't even say I don't follow. It's like I don't follow up. I'm not the best engaged person, but they're always in some random place saying the most random thing, and I find that appealing to me. It's like randomness or people who do different things online.
Why?
I think because that's what's authentic to me, maybe. I don't know. It's the idea that it's not some sort of same repetitive thing. I always do. Yeah, I'm all about that. Like when I get a video that has like lots of people, I usually, if I try to redo the same thing, it doesn't work. So I don't care anymore. My whole thing now too is like I've completely just like whatever I want to do is what I want to do. And I'll like make it, and I try to be as stupid as possible now. Like honestly, I think I'll just go to like, oh, whatever the thought is, and then I'll be like stupider. You know, like that's like the thing.
And is it working?
It definitely works. Definitely. That's my thought. But
I love that, by the way. Stupider. But I found at first when I started using social media more for my art and what I was doing, I still, like, I like to post a lot of stupid stuff too, and I feel like I try to rein it in because I'm like, oh, people are gonna just, you know, think I'm a fool. But I realized that people actually, like, if they come to you for your music or whatever you're doing and they really like it, they usually do want to see more of you. So when you put in that kind of silly content of, you know, you doing something that is not related to do with your art, people really like that. But then it's also finding that kind of level of where you want to keep your own privacy, because I feel like sometimes I've gone too far into that or something, and then people almost sometimes think they know you, and then they'll like show up places, which can be weird, you know, just so keeping that kind of, figuring out where that line is, being authentic, being yourself, but also creating a boundary, which is difficult sometimes. But yeah, I think being authentic is definitely the most important, but drawing the line for yourself on how much you want to reveal and put out there. But then sometimes I did this thing on TikTok recently where I was like, there's this horror movie, I'm trying to remember what it is. here are the details of the movie. Can anyone help me find it? And people were like, she's trying to market something like her next music video. This isn't real. And I was like, no, I really just want to find this horror movie. And people, I think, are also starting to be conditioned to think that we're always trying to sell them something. So that's another interesting thing I've run into.
It's funny because that would be a great way
Now
to
I'm
market
kind of
something.
putting out, I am kind of putting out a horror music video soon. So I guess it kind of happened, actually.
It is a very weird system because we're at this moment where people don't want to feel like they're marketed to, but that means that musicians have to be and artists have to be more and more like creative about how we like do this in a way that is not here, go buy, or like here's a song out now.
I kind of disagree with you.
Okay, go.
I think people are well aware that they're being marketed to all the time on social media all the time. I used to run these ads that were just to develop fans and get people engaged via and watching a video. And I used to come up with like some stupid clickbaity thing for you to stop you so you could watch it. But now you know that you're getting served ads like every third post or something like that. You're ready to see it. So it just has to be something that's actually good. And I think that's the most important thing when we're talking about music is it has to be good. And good music will prevail even if you're an influencer or not. Good music is good music, and no matter what. Yeah, exactly. So good shit, even if it's an ad, will still catch your eye and will still get you engaged.
I mean, I think what's interesting about the question of authenticity is that because we're talking about it so much, because it always comes up whenever we have conversations about social media, like there's a lot of value to it. Like the importance of being authenticity, I think sometimes is this weird trick that major tech companies have taught us that we need to be authentic for them when they're very rarely authentic with how they treat how they treat users and how they treat us. And I'm going to try to say this for the first time because I don't know if they deserve everyone's authenticity 24/7, right? Like what has TikTok and Instagram done to deserve that for musicians? And if we even think back to like 10, 15 years ago, when to be an artist and to have your music associated with the brand was something that like people were allowed to call a spade and call it for what it was. And you had these viral moments that were attached to artists or these big PR stunts that were attached to moments. And we think of like huge songs by like independent artists being in a car commercial or Feist's song in an iPod commercial that didn't need, like Feist didn't have to represent Apple when she did that. Feist is great, but she like was able to do it and kind of separate that part of her from the rest of the music she wanted to make. And now the kind of like collapsing of those things onto each other. I think we're just like still very new and early in how we're figuring out those distinctions between identity.
Yeah, I think also though now people are like, yo, your song's in that commercial, get that money, that rocks. Like everyone, like there's no such thing as like selling out anymore.
Totally,
Which
yeah,
is, like,
but then like
Get that money, which kind of rules.
and we want people to get that money, but you could also pay for that. So like when brands are able to use a song on TikTok for free and like they don't ever need to pay for associating themselves with that artist, that's like a whole like kind of infrastructure of like visibility and like a pathway for commercial success.
Oh, they pay fractions of a penny for that song. So they're still paying for it, but just literally nothing.
Yeah.
Well, that's a conversation about music licensing and apps, and less about, well, you know what I mean? Like that's the music licensing thing.
Yeah, a whole other.
That's another panel.
Not to
I'm
negate
gonna
your
write
point,
it down
but
for an
yes.
idea for next
But
year.
that is like is there a music licensing panel that's happening?
What's funny, yesterday we had a panel about like syncing, like syncing for TV and film and pitching your music for that. And we had a little conversation about various like lawsuits that have happened against TikTok, like back in 2020 and stuff. But it's funny because the settlements of those things, you have to be with certain like publishing infrastructure in order to like get access to the settlements that are happening. And still, regardless, now we have this system where we have songs that you can use on TikTok but it is different. Like if you're a business account, you can't use certain songs. But people find all kinds of ways. They use, viral remixes pop off all the time, and then they use those, and they ask for, there's a lot of, asking for forgiveness after instead of asking for permission. But I'd like to circle back to the panel topic a little more closely. Like, what?
I'll allow it.
Thanks, David. Do we think that artists have to be content creators on social media to be successful? Is that like a fact of our current moment, or is it more flexible? It's a question for anyone. Can you be a musician who isn't creating content for social media?
Yes, absolutely.
How?
Your music has to be really good. You can be an anti-influencer, right? Like there's these people who choose to be private, who choose just to put out art. Like, I don't know, Melissa, you and I were talking about black metal before this. There's a lot of people that just like put out tapes on the internet and have like a Bandcamp following. A prime example of a band that hates the internet is Godspeed, obviously. Doesn't fucking post fuck all and does well, like obviously that band was pre-internet, but I just mean there's all sorts of very niche artists out there that aren't influencers who just make great art, and great art, again, will always be the most important thing.
And you could name 5 of them.
I can name 2 so far.
Specific 5 names. Because I'm like, I feel like, no, I disagree. I don't think it's possible. I watched this movie or docuseries that I'm in called Women Who Rock.
Love that.
On Epix, which is like some MGM streaming channel. And there's all these women in music that they're into, like Shaka Khan and these women from the 70s who all had these careers. And I was thinking to myself, like, some of these ladies would not have made it. I don't think they would have careers if they were just releasing their music or they're just doing shows. Even thinking about, like, Bikini Kill, it's like they were doing shows in real life and people were going to the shows, and that is how they have the career. And Kathleen Hanna's on the computer currently posting and making posts and stuff, and it's like if they weren't doing that, I don't know if it would have popped off. If the ways in which people engage with like activism or different things online, it's such a big part of people's lives that I feel like a lot of people's careers would not be their careers if they didn't do it.
What are we defining as content creation here? Just posting? Because, like, yeah, you can have a band account and just post, but I mean, like...
I feel like you have to have some sort of social media presence in general.
Yeah. I just mean, well, I'm not, like... I don't think Kathleen Hanna's, like, splicing together, like...
No.
Like, doing a little dance and mouthing some words.
No, but I'm saying the Bikini Kill was pre-internet. Yeah. So, like, they already have a career. And there's all these women in this TV show. I was, like, watching the show, or even the girl from Best Coast. And she was on a panel, and they were talking. And I was like, I just don't see... I was like, I don't think that this lady would really have, like, such a big career if she had to do it right now. Because you have to do so much more. And you have to be so personal. Like, you have to be not only, like, a person, you have to be, like, a UN delegate. And you have to be, like... an artist,
show host,
and a TV show host,
and producer,
and a comedian, all in one, or otherwise you really aren't gonna. And hot.
Yeah. Most importantly.
Sorry.
I mean, I think like the bar is just set so high, and the field is just so saturated, and like I don't think in popular music it's ever been quite so difficult to just cut through the noise and get your music or your art or whatever it is that you're working on to the top. But I think to the point of like, do you need to be a content creator? I mean, that means a number of different things. On the one hand, I'm like, if you don't want to touch any of the other social media, which as an artist you are entitled to do, no one is forcing you to do that. You also need to accept a certain framework and ecosystem for your art by your decision to reject doing that, which is also fine. And I think like, you know, as long as it's somewhere, I don't know, you want a website, a blog that you update and you keep very small and you build a tight community around yourself. I think his name is Kevin Kelly, who has this idea of 1,000 true fans. And like that's something that whenever I see artists attempting the newsletter route or just like really fortifying and nourishing a tight community around their work, you can go far with that alone. 1 million people don't need to know your name. But if you have 1,000 fans who believe in you, who invest in you, who will come back year over year, that will sustain your art. And that might be a way for you to get around the like, I need to be everywhere at once, consistently making content on 3 different platforms, be legible, be trend forecasting, making sure that I'm saying things with the right kind of digital lexicon that lands. There's like a way around that, right?
Absolutely. Well, Spencer Krug of Wolf Parade has a Patreon that makes him more money than he does playing in Wolf Parade, where he just has like 100 to 200 Patreon fans that just he performs private concerts to because he took that fan base and brought them over with him to a place that can support him. So that's at 1,000 fans, where it's like he's like, all right, I got all these 200 nerds that want me, that want whatever I make, and I just have to make sure they don't go anywhere so I can feed my kid and pay a mortgage. Yes, Ian?
Also, Kai, can you get a microphone for the audience questions, if we have one? But it's fine. Go ahead.
Yeah, just going off of that, I was going to say, I think it also depends who your audience is and what kind of music you're making, because there's a difference between an influencer and a content creator. If you're, just posting about your shows or that kind of thing, I think that's useful for any artist who wants people to know what they're doing. But then there are some artists that think being an influencer is cringy, I think depending on if you're a pop star versus, like a cool indie guy, maybe you don't really have an audience that wants you to be an influencer and to get on and to follow these trends and that kind of thing. So it depends too, like who you're trying to reach. And I think that this might be a controversial take.
I love it.
I knew you would love it. I knew you'd be like, let's go.
I already love it.
But a year ago, I wanted to put out this song that was like really poppy, really hyper poppy, fun, sparkly. And I was really excited about the song, and a lot of kind of music bros online hated it and just slammed me on social media, and like intensely, really just like, women shouldn't write songs, you shouldn't put anything out ever again, all this type of stuff. This is on TikTok. On TikTok, yeah. There's some ugly little gremlin trolls on TikTok. But someone in the industry was like, hey, I think if you put out this song, you might lose some credibility with some kind of, gatekeeper indie dudes. And I was like, well, that's not who I'm making music for. So I put it out, and it was great. And I loved it. And that's because I did it for my own career, my own self. And if I had been making music for an audience that was different, I probably wouldn't have done that. But I also probably wouldn't be on TikTok making silly videos to begin with. So I guess my point is do it for yourself, first of all, and there probably will be people online that don't like what you do because not everyone is going to like what you do, and if they did, you don't want terrible people liking, or maybe you do, I don't know, but you know what I mean? Like, you want your audience to be folks that you...
Yeah, people want cool fans. People don't want loser fans. It's true. So many people, okay.
I don't want mean fans. I like my loser fans, just not my mean fans.
Hot fans.
Yeah, only hot fans.
Right.
But I ran an ad
Actually,
campaign.
I want celebrity fans, and I have them.
I ran an ad campaign for a band that
You.
that made nice
Celebrity
dream
right
pop
there.
music, and everyone that engaged in the content was 45 years old, and they're like, this isn't what I want. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry that these people like your band. Like, sometimes you just have to take what you can get, and like, people liking your art is still people liking your art. Sorry that they're not 22-year-olds, but it's just like, if people react to your art and they like it, and social media is how they got there, then that's cool.
I want the pink dollar.
Say more for
Let's
those who are
talk about
unaware
it.
of the pink
The
dollar.
gay dollar.
Yeah.
Pink dollar. That's where I'm putting my money in. The LGBTs. Yeah. Anyway, sorry. That was a joke. Okay, never mind.
We're also going to get to more audience questions in a second, so I encourage you to think of things to ask, and we'll turn to you in a minute. But as we round out our time, I am curious about what you all think about what is the future of all of this? What is this system going to look like in a couple years, 5 years? Is there going to be more pressure for independent or signed artists to be content creators? Is that going to shift? What do you all think? What's the future?
It's going to shift back.
Shift back?
Yeah, the pendulum's going to swing the other way, and people are going to kind of just get tired of seeing a bunch of bullshit posts, and people want some just everyone's going to be able to take a step back. The algorithm's going to sort of because I think it's not going to come with our generations, but it's going to come with the kids who are 10 to 15 years younger than us, who are going to be whose parents have social media, because they don't want to be on social media. That's where their parents are. That's cringe. And so that's going to change. Whereas then just have to post once a week on the grid on Instagram to keep your algorithm going, it'll be 2 weeks, it'll be a month. And they'll just try and just change everything so that you stay around, and so that you still use the platform, so they still have someone to advertise to.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're already seeing the beginning of those anti-marketing marketing campaigns where there is this sort of meta-narrative that my label is making me do this, so I'm doing it, but it's gonna go viral anyways, so you're still gonna listen to the song, and that I think is an interesting foreshadow into it. I mean, I think I'm just really grateful for how robust this conversation has been, and nice bit of criticism, but something that I was thinking about on the way over was even just also not disputing the fact that because of a platform like TikTok, we've seen artists, I think, have this opportunity to feel like they're not running out the clock on their art, and even if something doesn't hit the moment you drop it, you have a kind of endless lifespan where anything can happen and push it back to the top of somebody's mind or make it popular again. And I mean, not only this sort of Fleetwood Macs and the Kate Bushes of the world, who will be fine either way, but you can be a relatively mid-level, mid-2000 star who had one hit, and a 14-year-old discovers it because if it's bangs, it bangs. And we'll find it in a new way and give it new life. And when I think about these models of the future, I wonder how can we bring that piece into something that's built more sustainably, and built with artists first. And I think actually tries to grapple with this question of how do we get people just paid for the art that they're creating? Because that we can't only rely on brands to to feed people and keep them sustained. Because a brand ultimately cares about their bottom line. They do not care about your art unless it's popular and it's going to make them money. So how do we like develop these systems outside of that like give people opportunities for like fresh breath and new ways to reach new audiences, but also bring in the people who don't want to be content creators? And I don't know. Maybe sometimes it's conversations like this is where we start.
Oh, I love that. Star, what do you think about the future?
I do think.
What do you think?
I was thinking about a lot while you were talking. I was just like, oh. I feel like the job in music and the future of music and social media, those things together.
Yeah.
I just feel like everything's shifting more towards, as far as my career, I noticed like my goals and everything, like even thinking about the music supervisor's job is becoming more important. That's kind of where my mind goes of like, in general, people whose job is as a music supervisor for television or Spotify playlist curators or people who work at these companies on the music sides of all of these apps and stuff, because they have departments, as those people's jobs will become more important because they're the people that kind of push certain songs. And I think that as far as like the social media thing, it's like, well, like you were saying earlier, things that are good, well, it has already become more important because the market is really saturated. So I noticed, songs come out with people that have social media followings and they're just not good songs. So I don't really care to engage or save it. And I don't really care. I'm a snob though, so it's different. But you know what I mean? It's the same vibe. So I think better music will just have to happen, which is good. People should be better. Also, I'm tired of, I'll say one last thing. I'm also tired of, everybody gets a gold star. Not everybody should get a gold star. And not everything is good. And I do think that sometimes social media makes people believe that
I love this.
I love this.
that their contribution is valuable. And I'm like, actually, maybe it's not valuable.
Oh,
And
yeah.
Hell
And they should shut up, There should be more shutting up. I'm hoping that in the future, more people shut up. Myself included. Hey,
Yeah,
I don't have all the answers, but I just do want less talking. I don't care if you're transgender. I don't care if you're gay. I don't care if you're straight. Maybe just stop talking. Thank you.
I mean, I feel like it's like, and when you said that, like, I feel like, just a quick side note, it is like people are scared to have taste. Like, you're allowed to have taste and say there are things you like, there are things you don't like. And I think that because we've only been trained that the only way to do that is in this, like, corrosive, mean-spirited, gotcha kind of way, there's no way to be, like, warm and gentle and, like, open-hearted with expressing dissent. And, like, even me saying it out loud, I'm like, it's, like, really scary territory because people take this kind of language and rhetoric and use it to spin it into something that is really dangerous and harmful. But then the result of not doing that is like, not everybody needs a gold star. You can go to the dollar store and buy your own pack of stickers. Like, you don't. And it's also like, it's okay to make bad art for a long time before you make something that's good. Like, I was reading recently, like, Dua Lipa tried 7 times to have a hit song before she became widely successful. Like, I think. Yeah. Right? Maybe that was the thing that had to change.
The song, girl.
Right?
She didn't write that, but yes.
And like, it's okay for somebody to try something, try a style of music, attempt to practice their craft in a new way, have it fall flat, and then also feel like they can try again and not feel like you have to be a breakout star. Everything is sort of one and done off the top. Sorry, I'll let you go on.
I love that. Maurice, what do you think?
Yeah, I agree with everything that's being said. And also, I feel since that pendulum will inevitably swing back, I think that right now, maybe we're moving out of this, but there's been this trend of creating music for TikTok, making, trendable songs with the dropouts at the right time that's just short enough to fit into whatever the algorithm has chosen as the selected amount of time that will do best in the FYP. So it's like, I think that hopefully that won't even be a consideration anymore soon when people are making music, because it is fun to make songs that are really catchy, and maybe people will like to use it on social media, and maybe it can be used for certain trends and whatever, but that can't be the only reason that you're making music. That's not sustainable. And I want the return of like the 6, 7, 8-minute song, you know?
Yeah.
Super, super long and drawn out, and it's like 3 songs in one. I just hope people won't limit themselves, and I think there is gonna be that return of kind of like, fuck the algorithm, we're making good music that we wanna make, and I think that will be just as popular.
And people see through this now.
Yeah.
Like a TikTok song is like an insult that people throw at certain
Yeah.
pop music, and audiences are like smarter than people give them credit for a lot of the time.
But you just want Bohemian Rhapsody, is what you're describing.
Over and over again for the next
Which was
20
not
years.
a single, and only became a single because of Wayne's World. So there's pre-internet influence in a song that
Music
brought.
supervisor.
Yeah, exactly.
But also how this is like not a new phenomenon. I think
Exactly.
sometimes we almost blame too much. We almost place too much blame on like TikTok and Instagram as like creating a new novel problem, but it's like really a transformation of a system that's existed. You know, people didn't want to make music videos when MTV was starting to be a thing, and musicians were like, "Why do I have to make a music video? I just want to make music." And now people are like, "Why do I have to make content on social media? I just want to make music videos." You know, it's very interesting.
I don't even want to make music.
And on that note, I think the Gold Star conversation is also really interesting because at 4 p.m. we're doing Love It or Block It, the social media roasting panel, where we're going to have some really fun, honest, supportive, honest conversations about 3 wonderful people who volunteer their social media feeds. And that's at 4 p.m., so I encourage you to stick around for that. We have about 15 minutes left, and I would love to throw it out to the audience if anyone has any questions about what we've talked about or anything else. And Olivia, can I get you to run the microphone, and can you come in the middle and talk? Or like somewhere in between. We just want to make sure our live stream viewers can also hear your
Hello,
question.
hello.
Go for it.
Hi, good stuff. I had a question about basically like if you're not pursuing social media at all, people mentioned like, okay, Patreon or a newsletter, or basically you want to get your audience to a place where like, you know, you have their full attention and then you can monetize that somehow, right? But the thing I see there is like, okay, you need to get somebody to the newsletter or to
Exactly.
the Patreon first, right? Like you if you just start a Patreon, like I don't think Patreon is going to advertise for you, right? Like, so the relationship I kind of see is like, okay, like when you play live, for example, you could like have people sign up for those things. You have sign up for the newsletter, like, you know, I've heard of that happening. But other than that, like, I don't really see anything else other than social media. Like, maybe you don't need to have like a super vocal presence on social media, but you kind of still need something so that like, you know, when you mention like, okay, I'm in this band, somebody's first thought is just going to be like, okay, like without you even saying anything, like I'll look that up on Instagram. And then on your, you know, you have an Instagram there. Maybe you don't post there all the time, but like it's there and there's a link in the bio and then boom, like you can go somewhere with that. But like that to me is still like a presence. It's not no presence, but maybe it's like less than what people kind of think of when they're like content creator or influencer, etc.
Super interesting. Do you have a question?
Oh, well, sorry. I thought, but the question was like,
comments are great too.
is it possible, like, other than what I said, like, to not have like a no presence, like,
Yeah.
like you don't do that option at all?
Unfortunately, no. The short answer is no, I feel like. And
Thank you.
You have to have a little bit of something. You have to have something that can point people to where you want them to go. So like what you said of having a link in bio on your Instagram or having your sign-up sheet at the newsletter, there has to be a way for you to communicate directly with an audience that you're building. And even if it isn't, even if you're not going to post often, but even like e-commerce platform Bandcamp, Shopify has a way for you to directly communicate with your fans. So they're all the same thing. Like you know, you can try and get Bandcamp subscriptions, but you can still write to them and be personal on there. Like you're gonna have to, at some point, just be chasing people down. And then, or you can just do it where you make a great thing, you get a huge, and then you just delete all your socials and tell people the only way they can find you is on here. But that's much more unrealistic.
Yeah, I mean, I think like if there's a real allergy towards participating in some of those spaces, I mean, something as simple as like relationship building and like networking with other digital communities that are more vibrant is a way for you to kind of like bypass needing to upkeep your own platform, and maybe you have a good friend who is devoted and they can like toss you a few bones every once in a while and announce new music or announce a show. But it is an interesting question, like, can you do away without it? And I guess the question is like, is it just do away without online platforms in general, or like the big 3 or 4 that we've talked about today? And I mean, as somebody who is like a big fan of a place like Rate Your Music, or knows that there is a robust community on a place like Discogs, you can still, like, I think it's a matter of your work needing to be somewhere online. So there's some kind of footprint, and so you're not making people work too hard to connect the dots. So if you're at a show and then they're like, oh, what was the name of that band? They can Google you, and they don't need to turn over a bunch of stones to find it. Unless that's what you want, then that's up to you. But like, you only really need a few things in place to make that easy for people. And if you want to turn it into like a graveyard, have an Instagram, link in bio, 1 post, it's your album cover, 3 followers, and then it connects to your Bandcamp. Like, that's not the end of the world if that's your decision. It just comes with sacrifices, like everything.
But yeah, I think we've seen that, especially with heavy music, with just like online communities. Rate Your Music. There's that band Chat Pile that just, you know,
exactly,
that just got big off Rate Your Music. Like they put their songs up on Spotify, and it just lucked out, right? Like it was just someone wrote a good review, they became the album of the day on Rate Your Music. And
yeah, and I think about like, I mean, even in heavy music communities, particularly in metal communities, like some of the biggest bands do not have social media, like at all, and will put out records that will sell out right away. You have to be on a subscriber list to even get a chance to buy this record or to buy a cassette. And like, they're fully functioning communities. If these bands play a show, they're sold out. And it is outside of that because like, and I don't think it's only metal, like crate digger communities, like different dub communities, like there are ways you can collectivize online without relying on the platforms we think we have to. So yeah, I don't know, maybe it's a good exploration if you're ever bored on a weekend.
Cool, thank you so much. Does anyone else have a question? Come on down to the microphone. Thank you, Olivia.
Sit down too. Hey. So yeah, there's a lot of talk around the quantity over quality dilemma with social media, and you know, playing off this idea that maybe people only have so much attention they can give to something, or so much dopamine that they can absorb from things. What are thoughts around whether or not that fan base that's really engaged in social media would just get that sense of engagement and that sense of entertainment from social media alone, in lieu of going to a live show and contributing to the live experience?
Can you say that again?
Sort of, what are thoughts around whether that fan base that's really engaged in social media will just stay in the social sphere as a way of feeling they're contributing or engaging with the art, as opposed to going to a live show or a live performance and detracting from that experience?
So you're wondering if fans engaged with music and musicians on social media, if that can actually detract from people wanting to go to the live experience?
Yes, exactly.
Interesting.
all the time. See it all the time. People like, I don't know. I don't want to go to some show with a bunch of teeny boppers for a band that, you know, like what's that lyric from Sloan? It's not the band I hate, it's their fans. That's always been a reality for a long time. You know, that song, that reference that Sloan has, that song's about the tragically hip. Like yeah, the hip write good songs, but there's no fucking way I'm going to go to that concert and stand in a crowd with a bunch of Tragically Hip fans. That sounds terrible. So I just think, yes, the answer is yes.
But if the question is about the fans who are engaging, the ones who are engaging on social media, who then do go to the show, I kind of feel like it.
It was more the opposite, like people
who are not the social media followers.
from social media in their bedroom, but they don't opposed to going to a show and feeling like, because they feel like, oh, I've been satiated for entertainment.
Like they're being oversaturated already online.
I don't know if this happens. I don't know to what degree. Like I don't know if people engage with people online and then are like, I've seen it. I don't need to go watch the show. That's the question? What do you all think?
You'd hope it would give them a taste and they would want to come see more, I guess, unless you're posting your entire show online or your whole, your comedy set ahead of time so that people aren't interested in coming to see it live. I think the issue that I've seen with a lot of my peers is more getting people to actually come out and, buy things. Like people will be so supportive online, and then when it comes time for a show, obviously 100,000 followers online is not going to translate to 100,000 people coming to your show. It might not even be 100 people. So that's something that I've seen a lot of people struggling with, of just how, okay, you seem to be really engaged online, but then getting people to take that extra step and become like a quote unquote paying fan, I guess, to purchase your product or your show.
Yeah, I mean, I think like just being able to convert an online fan into a purchaser is incredibly difficult for even people at the top of their career. And I don't know if this is quite what you're getting at, and I don't want us to go too far, of course, but I mean, that I think is also situated in conversations around like live music in the metaverse and like how we're thinking about Web3 platforms and like what is like a budding reality of like you don't need to leave your home to look for the human experience that you want, and like VR making that as possible and accessible as as it can.
We have a whole panel about VR
Yeah.
on Sunday and another one about Web3 also on Sunday. So
Wow.
Come to that one for more
Yeah.
on that.
But it's just like chasing vanity metrics, right? It's just like that never converts. People all the time think that just because you have a million, streams or listens or whatever, that I know so many artists who have canceled hometown shows because they thought that they were going to sell tickets. At a 500 cap room, they sold 60, a week out, and then they're like, "Oh, I have COVID and I can't play now." But it's just so bleak where people think they have fans from these vanity metrics from the internet, and they don't actually.
I had a video that I posted that had like over 700 likes. If you actually go and look at some of the accounts that do like your stuff, some of these are like, I don't know. Like, yeah, they look like bots. They look like, yeah.
Anonymous 14-year-olds.
Anonymous. Yeah, like, I'm just like, who is this, And so I think that misperception that every person that is following or liking your stuff is a person is a misconception in itself. And
that's literally what I do for my job, is make sure that doesn't happen to people.
Yeah.
Everyone should listen to Arflex's music, by the way. They're a really great artist, just saying.
Yeah, when we move on to one more question and then we have to wrap up.
Yeah, so I have a question. Maybe it's more specifically towards David, but we were talking about like the anti-marketing kind of movement that's starting in the future and how it should shift back, maybe, hopefully or not. But we're exactly in this right now with my band, and we're like, to answer also this person's thoughts, like we were considering just being on Bandcamp, just putting our videos on Vimeo because they don't fucking compress and change the frame rate and all that. and like IG just told us we didn't have the copyright to our own song, and like the only way we can do is just dispute, and they say thank you and you wait 7 days, and we're like, fuck, man. So we were considering that route, which is possible, but we were also had all these other ideas of strategies that are totally implemented in these new platforms. which were more like not sarcastic, not like, hey, I have to do this, so I'm gonna take the tone and then do it, like more totally punk. And like you said, you work for Constellation, and I was wondering, like things like giving Spotify your album but putting a fade out on every fucking song, and like things like that. Like we were like, or like Nathan For You things, like starting a fake Spotify account, and we were like, how like deep do we go into this? Do we consult a lawyer? How much can we diss them? Because like right now, that's what we're doing. We're just like dissing them, tagging them. It's working, tagging Bandcamp. But like all this to say, like, do you have an example of like a punk strategy that was out there? They used the platforms, they went hardcore punk on it, and it worked, and they stayed authentic.
Yeah, I mean, I would say this is a punk example because Neil Young is the godfather of grunge, and it's not quite the same because he obviously is operating on a very high level. But like throughout his career, has always been invested in these sorts of like interrogations with the his marketing cycle or experience. And yeah, I mean, I think like the other point to that too is like when artists talk about, well, how can I just drum up publicity and buzz and interest in my work? Something like that is a perfect example of this sort of like anti-marketing marketing campaign where that is so much more interesting for an outlet to talk about than somebody just going down a traditional route. And that's actually a story and can generate interest in a way that you just sort of checking all of the boxes won't. And I also think, I mean, I don't know if you're allowed to say this, like 100% yes, fuck with Spotify. They fuck with everybody on a daily basis and don't blink twice. So things like that, I think, are ways that artists can start to reclaim agency on these platforms that we're told we need to just like, if they tell us to jump, we say how high. And then if you have a place for real fans to actually engage in your music fully, then that's available. But Spotify doesn't need to be the only person that gives them that experience.
I would say I would give another example. It's not punk at all, but in some ways I find it punk in a different way, which is what Lil Nas X did with like having Montero, the music video, come out and then making the line of shoes with Nike that had a drop of blood in them, and then insinuating that he was being sued and talking about a specific court date. And then people wrote articles in the news about him being sued. And then the day of the court date, he released a 2.5-minute comedy sketch video of him playing judge, prosecutor, and defense. And it was a promotion for his next song. And I find that super fascinating. I think it's like such a like interesting media intervention and a way to like use social media to like drum up organic reach in a way that is like very creative and like very interesting and very artistic in a different kind of way.
I mean, like he's the template, right? Like having a viral song on TikTok didn't exist before Lil Nas X. Like he actually introduced that concept to the world, and I think since then has just like the way you described it, like deeply interwoven, thoughtful, weird, funny. It's so much of what we're talking about that he's been able to execute on that I don't know, it like blows my mind every time I see him do something, and also just wonder like what's going to happen next, because I think it's as much of a critique of the music industry as it is of media environments and platforms.
And also just to answer your question if there's a punk rock route, yeah, it's existed forever. It's going on tour, playing $5 shows, doing the Fugazi route, just like play 100 shows in a year, create records, just do that like the OG way. It's like just do it as if the internet never existed. And yeah, yeah.
Amazing. I'm sure we could talk about this for like 4 more hours, but it's time to cut it off. Thank you all so much. Can we get a round of applause for our amazing panelists?
A round of applause for our moderator.
Stop. No. Thanks everyone so much for coming to Pop Symposium this afternoon. We have another event at 4 p.m., which is the Love It or Block It social media roast critique session. It's going to be super interesting continuation to this conversation. You're welcome to hang out here and talk. You can also check out downstairs or the rest of the festival. Thanks so much. See you at 4. social media roasting panel. Boo, boo, boo. Boo, 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 boo. Kai, do you have a little like boo, 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 boo? No, I'm kidding. It's fine.
Sound effect? Oh, we need sound effect buttons.
Next time, next year.
Learning process, right?
Learning. We're all. Thank you for that. This is all about learning.
Learning.
This is an amazing chance for us to figure out what we can do better when it comes to social media.
This is literally reading Rainbow.
Exactly. I would love to introduce our panelists. First on my right is Trana Wintour. Please give a round of applause. Hi, Trana. How are you?
Good, you?
Are you excited to be here?
So excited.
What is your most annoying thing that you see happen on social media?
I'm sure it doesn't apply to anyone here, but
We'll see.
the sort of overly thoughtful captions that accompany nudes and thirst traps.
Right.
That or just when the thirst trap and the caption are so disjointed. That's one of my pet peeves.
I love that.
Yeah.
Next up, we have Star Amarasu. Round of applause. Star,
Hi.
what is your most annoying thing that you see on social media?
Basic behavior, and we'll get it.
Say more.
People who are basic in my mind doesn't actually mean aesthetic wise. It's if you just do the same thing over and over. It's kind of basic and boring. So that is my pet peeve. I mute lots of people that I still follow because I don't want to be mean. So
Why
I was
did
thinking
you look
about
at me
that
when you
today.
said that?
Oh, you're not muted. No, but I do mute a lot of people. Anyway.
Next up, we have Melissa Vincent. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Are you excited? You down? You into
I
it?
am excited. My heart is racing, but I think that's a good thing. It might just be the coffee, but
Earlier in the talk we did before, you were talking about gold stars. Do you want to just repeat what you said earlier about whether we all...
am I taking your thunder? I feel like you're the one who said it.
Yeah, well, you did it. I said it, but you took it.
Sorry.
No, you agreed with me.
I mean, I guess it's this conversation where not everything you do deserves a gold star, and that's fine.
Oh no,
Now
but
I remember it.
I don't. This is my brand of influencing. It's called subtle influencing and subliminals, which means I'll say it and then it'll be, other people will say it.
People run with it.
Yeah.
Amazing.
I agree. Not everyone deserves a gold star.
This is an excuse. This is an example of it working.
That's what I just said.
I started saying. I'm so excited to do this event. It's one of the first ones that I came up with a few months ago, and I think it's going to be such a fun thing. Here's how it's going to work. We're going to invite one person at a time to sit in the hot seat with the chair. And then we are going to take a look through their social media feed. We're going to pick a few posts to discuss as a judging panel. We are going to vote whether we love it or block it. And then we'll have a little conversation about it. And we'll do that for a few posts per each person, give some final thoughts, give the person a chance to talk, and then we'll repeat.
I
Sound
don't
good?
think I have
Sound
one
good?
of those little things.
You should put it beside you.
Oh yeah, never mind. We're good.
There it is. A few things before we begin. The concept of a roast, at least in the presence of this event, is rooted in respect for the person who's being roasted and love for the person who's being roasted. We're not here to make anyone feel bad about their work, and we're really not here to make anyone feel bad about their music or art in particular. I want to make this very clear. We're not going to be critiquing we're not going to be focusing on the music or the art aspect. We're going to be focusing on how you translate that work to an audience through social media, which is this whole related set of skills. Does that make sense, everyone?
Yes.
Yes.
Cool.
This is about content
This is about content.
and not the content of the content,
Yeah. Yeah.
right?
Yeah. It just took me a minute.
Whoa.
That's how
Bam.
That's how deep it was.
Hey there.
That's how deep it was. Without further ado, why don't we welcome the first volunteer? Welcome to the stage, Sarah Rossi.
Woo! up.
So brave.
So brave. Sarah, you want us? How are you feeling right now?
Tall.
Excellent.
I feel like I'm getting a haircut or something.
I love it. So, can you give us? We'll talk more in a second, but I want to see if we can get an idea of who you are from your social media before you introduce yourself. Because this is something you were interested in particular. So, can you give us your Instagram handle, please? And can we free the screen up, please?
At Ara_Aussie. ARA_OSSY. There I am.
Here we are. Connection. Introspection. Québécoise sound body in Jojage, Montreal. Okay, judges, we have to choose a post to talk about first. What is everyone's choice?
Can we see a bit more?
Okay, ouch. I'm just kidding.
Can we go to the tab that is the video tab so we can
Oh,
look
yeah,
at the
good call.
numbers? There we go.
Okay, which is our first? We gotta start somewhere. Where are we gonna go?
Let's start with that purple hazy one.
This one?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Stood still for a moment in the arms and the eyes of the
Okay, not to cut it off because it's so beautiful. But let's start this. Judges, love it or block it? What do we think? Oh. Okay, what are your thoughts? What do you think? What comes to mind? Melissa?
I mean, I love how you put sandwich the caption between very evenly balanced emojis. I think it adds, a nice relationship between that and the video, a level of thought and just consideration. I like it's like a nice subtle touch.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. That's like just simple. The most simple thing is it's interesting. It catches the eye, and then the thing that I'm reading and the thing I'm watching and the sound all kind of go together. So it makes sense.
Yeah, I agree. Even the thumbnail that you chose, like, it's very arresting. It really stands out from the post. So I think that was really, really well done. And the caption is great. It, I don't have much to critique on this post.
Does anyone else have things to critique about this post?
Is this your, like, artist name on stage? Your Instagram handle?
No. I usually go by my name, Sarah Rossi. This is just like a weird haircutted version of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there a critique there?
I mean, it's just something to consider that, making your artist name your handle too, just to be as easily findable as possible. Especially now, because Instagram, like when you search for something, it gives you results in reels first before accounts. So yeah, just throwing it out there, but obviously it's not a major critique, but just something to consider. Just to have like consistent branding across all your platforms, having the same handle on Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, just again to be as easily findable as possible.
Any other thoughts? Great, we love it. Let's go to another one. What jumps out to people? I really want to watch this one.
Okay, yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, let's go.
I think this is a really good place for us to go next. Let's check it out.
You give me fever when you kiss me, fever when you hold me tight. Fever in the morning, fever all through the night.
Excellent. All right, judges, love it or block it? Yeah, agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed. Let's talk about why.
I think it's great for artists to show a sense of humor. and to have just like varied content. You know, there's such a big difference between what we just saw before and what we're seeing now, and I think it shows like it, as Star was saying before, like you don't want to just always be posting the same kinds of things. And I think showing that you don't take yourself too seriously is a good thing for everyone to do on social media.
I agree. The not too serious, especially because the nature of the beast that is social media is that it's not super real, honestly. And most people's things, it's like either some sort of imagination type of vibe. And I feel like this is nice that it's like funny and silly and goofy. And you're still showcasing your voice also. So your art is still there.
Yeah, I think that's a really incredible point. I mean, even the way you sort of cut it, like it's on beat, like it still looks like put together and kind of polished, and the kiss at the end is so sweet. Like again, it's like the subtle details that actually just like make a big impact that I think you're doing really well.
Agree. No notes. We love it. All right, let's do one more.
Should we look at a static post?
Let's do that.
But yeah, I mean, obviously Instagram is pushing reels. And I guess my question were, like, when we were in the reels section, how much of those did you create to be reels, and how much was just Instagram just automatically, like they do, everything that we've posted as videos is now in the reels section. But I'm just curious about how much of this section was actually designed by you to be a reel.
Probably no more than 2 of them total. The rest of them are like full-length songs or covers or like 3 minutes long.
Cool.
Right, I noticed that one said 61 weeks. And how recent was the most recent? Can we look at that most recent one? 6 weeks ago.
6 weeks.
Can we go
Alicia
back to the
Keys.
main page? Sorry, I just wanted to
sure
see
can.
the timing. Okay, so 6 weeks. And what's the time between these 2 pictures?
11 weeks.
Oh, that's long.
That's a long one, so you don't post a lot.
You have to be more consistent.
The grid is a commitment, you know, to like actually believe in something enough to leave it there permanently. It's
But that, I mean, I'm like really don't like reels and the way that Instagram is pushing that, but like sometimes if you want your things to get out there, you sort of have to go with what their algorithm is pushing. The good thing about reels is that it won't, you can make it just exist in the reels section. It doesn't have to be on your main feed.
That is a bad idea though, in my opinion.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Well, I'm like, you can do it, but I don't know, anything that like reduces the audience that someone can see something, I don't know if that's worth it.
Okay, yeah, that's a good point.
If it's worth it. And like,
well, then to that end, I would just say don't be so precious about main, you know? Just put things out.
To be honest, also, can you scroll up? I mean, the reach that you have, okay, so you have 1.6 followers, like 1.6 thousand. So you scroll down to your amount of likes you have. Like if you had 100 likes on something, that's 10%, and that's really high engagement.
Yeah, that is, yeah.
So I would say you're doing good, so it's fine. You can kind of do whatever you want. It's not like you're, you know, you have more freedom than I think you think. Most people have more freedom than they think.
Absolutely.
Do you
should
post a
just
lot
post
on
whatever you want.
stories?
maybe every like couple days.
Okay.
Usually, yeah.
Okay, that's good.
Couple things like today.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Wait, let's go. Let's scroll down. I want
like, oh.
I want to pick one.
Yeah, go for it, Star.
Can you scroll down more? Let's go with a dark one because I want to see.
Like one of these?
Yeah, let's like pick one of the darker ones. Let's that one with the on the bottom below
This
that.
one.
Yeah. What's going on here?
Beautiful. Let's vote on this one, shall we?
Yeah.
Judges, love it or block it. 1, 2, 3. I'm just kidding.
Love it, but with I have
An asterisk?
suggestion.
Go for it.
For the future. Whenever you make a video like this, you should be well lit and you should be facing the camera. Or if you're gonna have it like this, you should have 2 cameras. So you could cut between them if you really want to get like the real like this. You see how well this did because it's obviously good content. The darkness of the video is gonna make the computer show it to less people because it's so dark, and it's hard for it to catch that you're a person there doing something. So I would suggest in general, whenever you make a video of you singing, that you have bright lights on you. Yeah. So it catches your face. And to have the angle of the camera so that if you want to see your hands playing, that you have either another camera that gets your face too and you cut between them, or you have it so that it's positioned that you see your face and the keys. Yeah. Is my suggestion for it to go from like this, because you could have a moment where you post a video that's like this, and then you have like way more. I have one like this where it's like I did a cover of Britney, and that's my like, and it's a long video, and it has like 14,000 for something like that's like super long video is a lot, especially for my following, which I didn't have at the time, was not as many as it is now.
Is it also, was that video a vertical video?
And it was also a vertical video.
Because I think that's something that's in our current moment. Vertical, like 9:16, is like king at the moment, and anything that's horizontal, which is annoying, because like so much visual art in movies and music videos is horizontal, but we're living in a vertical moment.
Yes.
But this was also done 87 weeks ago, so. But I guess even then.
True.
I just mean we didn't know better back then.
Right.
Period. Give it props to Tina She.
There we go. Melissa, did you have something you wanted to say?
I was just gonna say, I mean, I feel like people sometimes get caught up with a caption, and I love like a properly earnest caption, especially if you're breaking it up with like other like sillier sort of shorter moments. Something like this just really like speaks to you and to you speaking to your audience, and it always feels like a breath of fresh air when somebody doesn't feel like they have to self-center because they need to make a good joke or be sarcastic or like kind of hide behind a bit of a mask. So
yeah.
Totally. Judges, I would love a little reflection on who you think Sarah Rossi is as an artist. We've looked at a couple posts. We've looked at her page. Who is this person? What is their art?
I mean, I feel like you have a really like spacious, expansive practice, and like you can just put a lot of things inside of it. So you obviously have fantastic singing chops, but you can use that when it works for you. You can like show like a playful side of self when that feels available, and you can do a bit of everything. So multifaceted, polymath.
Yeah, I really agree with that, and I think that again, like it's nice to see your sense of humor also come out, and to see, you know, just different expressions of your talent and yourself as a person, because I think that that's also really important, and that's what people latch on to. So it's great to showcase your art, but I think part of the reason that people follow their favorite artists on social media is because they want to get a sense of who they are also as a person, and I really do get that from this. Like, I think that you're clearly someone who's thoughtful and thinks through what they're posting. Even just that caption that we just saw was really beautiful. So I think that's really coming through.
Star, do you have any thoughts?
I'm less curious about what I think about you. I'm more curious about what your goals are.
Let's talk about it, Sarah.
Here we go. I identify as a multidisciplinary experimental artist. So a lot of what I guess was up there maybe feels a little bit more like aligned with maybe pop type of thing. I have like an experimental jazz record that's coming out in the next year, and it's in mastering like literally as I say this. And yeah, so I'm looking to do like immersive multimedia shows with jazz and like responsive visuals and kind of experiential things that involve many senses.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Why did you volunteer for this? Like specifically with like social media, what is your goal? I know you and I have talked about this, but
I feel like what's up here right now is not really representative of like what I do. So if someone were to scroll through it, maybe they would see parts of my personality and stuff like that. But in terms of my like active artistic practice, there's a lot of covers, there's a lot of kind of other people's work or pictures with my friends and whatnot, which I love dearly, all of it. But in terms of marketing and being really specific with what you are interested in pursuing, just for future collaborations or you know, growing your audience and whatnot, I feel like I haven't really given it a lot of thought, partially out of fear. So yeah.
Cool. How about we offer Sarah some like final thoughts? Like, what are things that we think could be done better? What advice do we have?
Can you just scroll down a tiny bit?
For sure. You got it. You want me to keep going?
Yeah, I mean, I think to Star's point, definitely just more light.
Oh,
more
we
color.
missed this one. Sorry.
Also, look at that and look at how many views.
Yeah.
And probably likes. And do you see notice the difference of the lighting just in general between that and all these other things around it? It's like well lit and you're the center focus, and that's why it has more views. It just in general, it will always have more because that's what, it's not personal, it's a computer program that is 100% about you and your body on the camera. It's not about like what you're saying even, it's like about the visual.
This is like a pandemic stress response, like funny video. So yes.
Did you have another thought?
No, I'm good.
China, any final thoughts?
Well, the project that you just described sounds really interesting, and it sounds like there's like a visual component to your project. So like, just think about the material that you're producing for that and how you might be able to integrate it here, because you're already gonna have it.
I have like one suggestion that I think you could do, and this is just you are posting too infrequently. Even if you just do like once a week of like, okay, I'm gonna do a post once a week. And I think if you focus on the singing that you're doing, you can do your own songs or you could do the covers that you're already doing. And that is really good. And I think that will open more doors for you in general if you keep doing that. So I would do that and do like a video a week at least, and filmed in a different way to focus on you. No, see, I'm just like 100% serious. It's very like focused on you, because as you can see from your own, if you like did your own metrics and you were, do you have your account is not a business account. You can change that.
Should I? Like,
yes.
what do you think
yes.
about that? Yeah.
Absolutely.
And then if you change your account to that, you can look and you can see where people are when they're like, you know, where people are who follow you, the time of day. People are usually on the app that follow you, so you know when to post and things like that. And you can see more about the analytics behind your posts and which of your posts have the most views and things like that. So you can kind of think about how you're making your stuff. Because I think that, yeah, the lighting and the stuff, and if you do that once a week, you'll just get more. Because I noticed, especially these days, when people come up to me in the streets about the work that I do, and people that have booked me, casting agents, and A&R, also all kinds of people, they find me on social media most often now. And I feel like just doing what you're doing already, but in a way, like with the one consistency, your numbers will just grow pretty rapidly. They happened for Eve that way, like very fast, right? It was pretty.
Yeah, but it took a lot of time.
It was like
you know, it took me like when I started doing TikTok in like the September 2020. It took me like 7 months to go from 50 followers to like over 10K. But for a long time, I was posting to no one.
Right.
And I think that's like totally normal.
But
and
it was like consistency.
By consistency, I was doing 1 to like 3 times a day for like a year.
I don't think you
With
need to
some
do it
breaks,
that much
which
anymore.
was good. No, and that was like I was unemployed and like getting served and nothing else. So.
Yeah.
But consistency is really important. Yeah. Cool. Thank you so much,
Thank
Sarah
you,
Rossi.
thank you,
Give a
thank
round
you,
of applause.
Thank you.
Excellent. It is time for our next contestant, volunteer, musician. Sombra, come to the stage. How you doing?
Good. I expect at least triple the block signs.
Only one way to find out. Can you give us your social media handle? Just kidding, it's right here.
Oh, already prepped.
Sombra.mtl.
Am I like bun blocking the view?
No, you're good.
Awesome. Music to turn the lights off. Turn off the lights to it.
Okay.
Judges, where do you want to begin? What grabs your attention?
That one with the arms.
Yeah.
This one. I agree. Nice. Judges, love it or block it. Ba-boom. Yes.
Thank you.
All right, let's talk about it. What do you think?
I think it's doing everything right.
Say more.
The vertical video, great thumbnail. Again, it goes back to a lot of what Star was saying previously, like those images that really show you full on, like tend to grab people's attention. So that's really immediate. And the caption is beautiful. Everything is like well placed. I don't have any critiques on this one.
Yeah, I think it's like it is checking every box, which is fantastic, and it's what you want. So
But?
congrats to you. I think I'm curious to see what else you have because, you know, as we were talking about earlier, we want to get the like scraggly edges. Like we want to see you like down and dirty. What happens when the lights go?
Okay, yes.
Well,
This is
so
too thought out.
Like that side of things too. So this looks like really polished, really well executed. Like you built such an amazing home for the video, with the way that you constructed the post. So I'm excited to see what else you have
Thank
in
you.
your feed.
The thing
There's
I wanted.
stuff to come.
Sorry. Hashtags. I didn't get to say that before.
Let's talk about hashtags.
To Sarah, you did good. I like that you use these hashtags. I forgot to mention that before. I think it's important actually sometimes to use them. Actually, it's good.
Yeah.
They do help.
One actually point about it though is that like, I mean, I'm sure all of those hashtags have like massive kind of followings around them, but you will actually do better if you find something like a little bit more niche. So you're looking at between like 75 and maybe like 300,000 kind of posts associated with that hashtag, because something like Canada or just like new music, they have millions on it. So just your chance of appearing anywhere in that hashtag might get buried pretty quickly.
Yeah, having a mix of like small hashtags, medium, and then a few big ones is often how I've thought about hashtags. So like, you know, maybe like also like Montreal music is an example of one that's like pretty small and like very possible to be shown on that feed. That's something that Star taught me in 2019.
Well,
Still useful. The interesting thing though about how hashtags have changed, at least about how Instagram talks about it, is that hashtags are less about discovery now and more about categorization. So it helps the algorithm categorize your content and therefore show it to the right people.
yes.
In the past, it was really like you could hashtag the right thing and then you would like show up on the top of the hashtag feed, which still exists, but not a lot of people actually look through those feeds.
Well, it's more for when you go to your explore page and
Right.
you have your like things, where mine is very clocky for the things that it shows me. I was like, girl, just because I follow like lots of RuPaul's, it's like cross-dressing is like one of the main, it's like different things. But that's what it'll show.
So
It's like-
transphobic.
it's so fucked. But that's so then you go to your explore page and then there's those little subcategories and those are hashtags usually.
Did we ever figure out where if the hashtags matter, if in the post, or that's been like a huge thing for like.
I don't
never
think it
people
matters.
I don't think it matters.
I think my approach to all those kinds of questions about how to navigate the algorithm down to those so specific details is that I don't care enough to think about it. It's not the thing that's gonna change a piece of content to be super successful versus not successful at all. It could change things a little bit, but I only have so many hours in the day to think about something. So that's how I think about
That's
it
my
anyway.
problem.
Also,
Cool.
I want to say this is I assume this is part of a bigger music video, right? I love I think this is a great way to use music video content, and it makes it weird when you produce a music video to have to think about this, but to think about it in your mind that it could work as a vertical piece of content is great, because then it actually gets seen by more people. So I like that a lot.
Thank you.
Let's move on to another post. Melissa, how about you choose this one? Oh, let's talk. Actually, sorry. Can we talk about this?
Yeah, I mean, you took the words out of my mouth.
Let's talk about
the 9-grid mega post. Let's get into it.
Judges, love it or block it.
Can you click on?
Too late.
Oh,
Can I have my own sign?
Sorry. You want us to click? You want me to click on what?
Just any one of them.
The one with more views, maybe.
Do they all have the same caption? Oh wait.
No, they
go back,
don't.
Go back,
They don't
go back.
actually.
The lyrics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then let's close this and take a bird's eye view. Yeah.
If you
So I
scroll-
mean, this is it's a big topic, and I feel like people have all sorts of opinions. I think when you're launching a page and something's really fresh, this can be a nice way to just start with a splash. However, I feel like people's relationship to the grid is really something that is unfortunately a little bit out of date now, where people are just served individual pieces. If you're lucky, they might go to the grid and see something as a whole, but unless you have a very, very devoted fan base who every single day they're checking, they're never gonna get this, and it's unlikely that they'll get served any one of those individual posts because it doesn't really follow some of the best practices with having a face and having it be well lit and having it just, having that visual language really clear off the top, so somebody doesn't need to work super hard to figure out what it is. That being said, as an artistic creative direction, if this felt really central, you're allowed to do that, and that's fine. And it's a beautiful shot, so not everything has to explicitly work to drive views and to continue to feed your audience. You can also have parts of your social media presence that just satiate your artistic appetite to make something sick.
I think it's what Sarah meant. I think we're focused a lot on the grid. We look at our profile more than anyone else, obviously. So we look. It's okay, that's an idea. We feel it, but then in reality, you're right. People are getting individual content. It's a different world.
Yeah, and I know before I said I don't care about algorithm rules, but this is one that will hurt you.
Yeah.
Because if I assume you posted these all at the same time.
Seconds.
Yeah, so it's one of Instagram and a lot of social media. Well, less so TikTok actually, but Instagram specifically. There is a feature of the algorithm that's built to catch spam, and if you post a lot of things at once, it'll trigger that potentially, and it'll show it therefore to less people. So posting a ton of things all at once is not going to be helpful. Yeah.
Don't scroll down too much. There's another one.
Oh, I didn't see the bottom too. I like the colors. I think it's a beautiful image though
Yeah,
too.
the
And that's
photo's
your
cool.
single cover,
It's
right?
single artwork,
Which
yeah.
you could have posted as one photo.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah,
And
it
in
says a lot
fact,
about
what
you.
would be really cool is if you posted it as the cover, as just the photo, and then you had a green screen video of you over it, pointing to it and saying, "This is my album cover."
As a reel.
I know, and then you would have more. You would have the most views, and that's just honestly how the computer works. It's true.
Yeah,
This is
totally.
100% true. I'm just
100% true.
if you want people to see the thing, you can use this as a tool. I don't think of it as the end-all be-all of your artist career. It's just another tool, right? I don't know. Weren't we talking about this
Oh yeah.
at the other panel?
Oh yeah.
Because we were these are just apps that we somehow put our stake in for some reason.
So
Crazy.
true. Trina, do you have any thoughts about this one?
No, again, just like, yeah, it could have been just the single cover image. Because in your caption, it says single cover, and like Melissa said, people are just getting, like, they might see one of these and then think that that's the single cover. Like, just, you know, it says single artwork, so someone might think that that's the single artwork.
Can I just have a brief sidebar about these kinds of comments where you get a comment from an account that says promoted on whatever.
Should we delete them?
Yes, you should. And just to clarify, these are spam. They're not real. Never, ever, ever pay some random account to like buy you followers or anything like that, because it will hurt you in the long run. And you don't. These are bad. Report.
Doing my work for me. I love it.
It's spam. Close. Oh, now it's gone.
I respond to some of
You
mine.
didn't actually report my post, did you?
No, I didn't. You respond to some of them?
Yeah, I'm always like, you know what? Some people, people should support you. This is a. But then I'm a troll, so.
No, I respond to them sometimes too. Like I get comments sometimes that are like, the first 5 people to DM me
so annoying.
desperate get $5,000, and I'll comment desperate underneath it, or I'll just be like, give me $5,000.
Yeah, can I get some of that? Hey.
Social media does not pay enough. Let's choose one more. Trina, this is your choice now. Oh, there's the other one.
Oh God.
This is the other. This is the other thing that happens.
Yeah, exactly. It gets displaced.
But wait, what's that? Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
let's check the pyramid.
This one?
Yeah.
The release.
Cool.
That's cool.
I like it. Wait, let's vote. Judges, love it or block it. Da 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 da.
Did you also post that in your stories at the time?
Yeah,
Okay.
I would have shared the reel to my story.
Cool.
Yeah.
It's
And
like
for the
little Heaven's Gate. I like it. Also, I'm trying to figure out, because like Lil Uzi Vert had a single campaign that looked sort of similar to this, with like the pyramids and the neon, and I feel like that can also be just a helpful tool if a really major, and it's like a delicate line, but if a major artist is really like focused on a particular aesthetic, you naturally see those things filter out into other parts of culture, different people's social media posts, and it can be an interesting meta-narrative to play with that and play close to that, and yeah, like join a conversation just purely by aligning yourself with some familiar looking aesthetics. But
This one's out too. Yeah. See, I feel like you're seeing very. Oh, there. Post. I love
Sorry,
it.
you were saying.
No, I feel like so. My issue is I tend to be really there, really present when I'm releasing music, and then again, it's that common issue. I kind of like. I've always been very insular when it comes to the writing process. Like I only this year started doing a lot more collaborations and stuff. So it's been a process to try and open up that whole other aspect of the life, share the funny stuff. And I feel like just scrolling, you happen to pick 2 that are very like manufactured posts, you know, very like, so there's that element of realness that I always struggle with, because some artists do that more, you know, dropping singles, dropping music, less of that, you know, the influencer-esque. It's like I'm not trying to be an influencer, but it's like that fine line, you know, where it's like I want to post, I want to show stuff about myself, but I also, you know, feel.
Well, there's something to be said about it remaining organic and authentic, honestly.
Yeah.
And if something really does not feel right to you and doesn't appeal to you, don't waste your time on that. Your time can be much better spent in other ways. Sometimes I feel that way too. Like I know that there are certain things that I should be doing more of on social media because it's the kind of stuff that gets traction and things like that, but I just don't want to do it. And I don't think you should feel guilty about that.
Yeah, that's cool.
I will say, I agree, for sure. But I also think there is always a way that you can figure out how to create different kinds of content. And I think it's a good thing to try different things.
Exactly.
Like this, I love using like, I would classify this as like, this is like art that's very inspired by the music and the album, or the music and the visuals and everything. And I think it's good to mix in something that feels more like behind the scenes. And like as musicians, we're always practicing or writing, and like a good practice is to like always just like document what you're doing and then save it somewhere and then go back and like try and find little moments that you can share with people, because that's what people really want to see on social media. Is like, social media is not a TV channel. It is like it grew from being a personal network, so we want to feel like it's still, we get the behind the scenes. You agree, Melissa?
Yeah, 100%. And I'm just thinking about like whenever, like I loved your point about the behind the scenes work, because oftentimes I think that's how you like that's how you encourage your audience to develop a relationship with your work, when they see what went into creating it. And like, of course you can be dazzled by a final finished project, but especially sharing like the challenges, sharing like the surprises, sharing like your troubleshooting as you went through the creation process, that actually like gives the work teeth.
100% I agree.
I'm thinking of like for her last album cycle, Alicia Cara had this like 7-minute long video that was basically just like her falling asleep. It was like slow TV, like it was like, and I don't really know how to describe it except like as a piece of content, it's like really compelling when you see like this work took all of somebody's energy, like to the point where it's not giving you razzle dazzle, it's just giving you like a very pure and honest reflection of the work. So I would say just have fun with it. But throughout all of these posts, I mean, you're obviously well versed in the medium, you think carefully about it, and like.
I tried something a little more authentic. I mean, I've done, they're kind of spliced through there. You have to like look for, I have done stuff like that a bit. But yeah, it's just the consistency that I really struggle with. It's doing that stuff consistently. But yeah.
It's so much work.
Of course.
Like to make these kinds of content is like a full-time job, and it's
But
really,
it pays off.
But it really can pay off.
I mean, it literally fiscally pays off. I'm like, no,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
like, let's be real.
totally.
You and me, especially, really get paid to post. I literally get paid to post every single reel I post. I get paid. You get paid to post sometimes, right? No. Well, only because of Canada.
Well, we're talking about.
We were talking about this backstage.
Like, if you live in if you live in the U.S., you can actually get paid from Instagram,
I get
the
paid
app, and TikTok, the app. Whereas in Canada, you can't, which is weird. But I do, what you're referring to also is that I've done deals with brands, and I've been paid to post things, including thanks to Melissa one time, which is really awesome.
Yeah.
Thanks so much.
Well, content are also branded content, and you don't have to be
Yeah.
some sort of big influencer. Like I have like 30,000 followers on Instagram. It's like not the crazy. I know people that have, a lot. That's not the most in a lot. And I feel like if certain things, it's like if you think about it more, something that has helped me recently is thinking of everything as a PR. And like it's just like PR for yourself. And so when you get signed to like a label or you work with labels, they have a PR budget, right? So if you're investing in yourself and you don't have the money to pay for someone to do PR, then you're doing it yourself. That's part of the PR job then, is this. So then whatever that PR of it is that's part of the thing, right? Because whatever the goal is if the goal is to make money from whatever you do with the art, then you're going to pay for your PR to make more money later, even if that means you have to do some work.
For sure.
Sorry, I was just distracted by this one post too, which is exactly what we were talking about, of like behind the scenes things. And this looks like, correct me if I'm wrong, did you hire someone to take photos on set while you were doing it?
It was a friend, somebody. Yeah, it was they were helping on.
It's
set.
great. I think
Yeah.
that's a really smart thing
Always
to
have
do.
that,
Is
yeah.
always hire someone on set to take photos, and to take nice photos, and then you can use them for social media after.
I think just one thing I recommend in the future is like people love, and we're speaking about this earlier, like people love being told a story, and I think like you could take something like that to the next level by just like really talking about the experience on set and bringing your audience in and like giving them like a 360-degree view of what happened that you only saw, or maybe something that you observed or something that you learned about your creative practice through the process of creating it.
My question then is, because I've done that, but more in stories. So they're like temporary, they're gone. They might be on highlights sometimes. Uh-oh. I don't know if I haven't updated that in a bit, but the highlights. But yeah, like I think it's a different. It's what deserves to be a post or a reel versus what is a story. Sometimes that I mess around with that.
I have a question.
We have a comment.
Sure.
Do you want the mic?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I would. That's a great call, and to know that your content is like saved on the cloud to go back to later. I would say that a lot of people are very precious about what gets posted as a post, and I really think something I ground myself in with social media is people look at something you post for 2, 20, 30 seconds, and then they move on with their lives forever. And there's something very freeing in that, you know. It is a temporary medium. As musicians, we work for years on music, and to have something that is super ephemeral can be really nice as a compliment. So don't be too precious about what gets posted. Just try stuff and see what happens. Have fun.
Fair enough.
Yeah, have fun.
Great.
Thank
Give a round
you.
of applause for Sombra. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Great. We have one more. Great. Is Olivia here? Can you grab a glass of water? Give it up for Olivia, who's been so helpful all week. We have one more contestant, so please welcome to the stage Jade Above.
Hello.
How you doing?
Good.
Can you give us your Instagram handle, s'il vous plaît?
It's JADEABOV.
Great. I'm going to pretend that I didn't have it saved right here. Jade. Pop Psychologique Montréal. Deconstructing masculinity one song at a time. Accessible yet transgressive.
There we go.
There you go. Star, I think it's your turn to choose a post to talk about.
Can we look at the videos? I'm like
Yeah.
very video focused.
Video focused. Where do you want to start?
What's this been a long time? On the bottom?
This one. Yes, great. Great place to start.
I'm in the vibes and I got my dough. What's another buckle of more? Yeah, them looking hype and I got to know. Could I be your protector? You're buff in every sector. Every man around them want on your inspector. But you know let them get in, I grill you with no lecture. But them pour a drill, now them fuel injector. And them a infector, disease collector. Now for them a go like them want come wreck ya. Don't know the parts where you got in your center. But you know you not let them guy they affect you, yo, girl. Just give it a night and
Judges, I feel like I know what this is going to be, but judges love it or block it.
Thank you.
Let's talk about it.
Sex still sells. and it always will. And like this is the kind of stuff people love. Like I know in my experience, like the handful of times, very rarely, but every now and then when you post something that's a little bit more osé, it tends to do really well. Especially if you don't do it too often, you know, you like tease that out a bit. Like people, I mean, it's a fundamental part of what we do. Like it's like this is not anything new. It's still true in the social media age. Like, and people I think also just like, and I think what is sexy is that like when we're feeling ourselves and you're clearly feeling yourself in that video, and that's what people love to see. Like it's very enticing and exciting and fun to watch.
Thank you.
I mean, I think I just love also how still connected it feels to your overall mission that you announce on your page with your bio. Like, it's speaking to that part about what it means to be transgressive yet accessible, and like playing with these notions of masculinity with something that like is simple, and I hope you had fun doing, and like you looked and seemed very liberated when you were doing that. And
Oh, thank you.
and people really like, you know, social media is successful because like every time you see something you like, you get like a super shot of an endorphin. And seeing people act freely, like be free on a site that oftentimes feels very restricted and tight and like censored, is, it feels like everybody's cheering for you. Like I think everybody wants you to win and feel like you have access to that.
I love that. Star?
I like it. I think it's great. I like the dancing.
Thank you. It was very spontaneous, actually. It was a while that I danced because I injured my right knee. You can see the little thing that I have on my right knee, and I had so much fun doing it. So.
And look at the difference in the numbers.
Well, yeah.
Exactly.
Also, it's like the thing about the lighting and the
Yeah,
stuff.
exactly.
Even if the other ones too, it's like up there, you're at the center of the focus, but it's still so dark. This one here, it's like.
Yeah, the other thing I think goes into why this post is so successful in terms of numbers is that we are living in this weird time where I think content that looks like it's filmed, like you picked up your phone and filmed it, does better.
Yeah.
Which is like really annoying for artists who like really care about visuals and like want to put a lot of effort into like. But I think that post almost does that, which is why I think it's good. And your post, Sarah, too, about with the horizontal videos kind of looks like that too. But it's just something to keep in mind. Yeah. Let's choose another one. Whose turn is it now? Who? Trina?
Sure.
Yeah, you wanna go?
Can we do
This one?
Yeah.
You bet. Nice. Judges, love it. Block it. 1, 2, 3, go.
Yeah, I might do that.
I'm doing a
Mostly
half.
love.
Oh, interesting.
Sorry.
No, it's interesting.
No, Star, why don't you start?
It's giving TLDR. Too long didn't read. I was like trying to read it. I was like TLDR. Like I just was like, it's just.
Oversharing.
Yeah. Well, I was trying to read it. I was like, I'm trying to read it. There's a lot of writing of the for this video, so that's why I would block it.
Yeah, I mean, this is hard because I'm a writer and I love long posts. I love when people are extra in the captions. But so I want you to feel like you're empowered to do that. But even something as simple as like breaking it up into different paragraphs, so it's not like a big block of text, but a little bit more bite size, could help incite readers to just read a little bit more.
Editing.
And then also just like, you know, it's hard to be your own editor. So I think if you're writing something that's really long and you're like, I want to keep all of this, like a friend that you trust, getting them to give it a different read, they might help like look for moments of repetition and make it nice and tight and concise and punchy, because the statement itself is magnificent and like you're saying something that's really important. And as I was saying, that context is really important, especially for fans who care about what you're doing, but we also want people to engage with all of it. So if somebody's only reading the first 2 sentences, they're not getting everything. And it's weird to think that like to get more, you need to give them less. But that's how you really make sure that your the packaging around the work is all
More
being
concise, basically.
Exactly.
You know, and this text could also, I would be curious to see a video of you talking and saying some of these themes. I think that could be a way to get more of it out there to people. That might be really interesting and like really ties into your like artistic mission.
Perfect.
I want to talk about the other reason that I was a half, which is
Shall me.
what's on the video. I would not put the logo, even though we love Canada Council and appreciate their ongoing support.
Shout out Canada
Thank you
Council.
so much. Love Canada Council so much. But anything, I think users are we are so trained to scroll past things that look like ads And like we all do it. Whenever you see an ad, you just like want to go away from it. And anything that looks like an ad is going to do worse. And I think something like this makes that true. And unfortunately, with text too, I think the text is fine, but choosing fonts that look like the fonts that are built into the applications also, I think, do better.
Perfect. Noted.
But I think it's a beautiful video, and I think it's another good example of like something that's clearly professionally produced, but that also works as vertical content. Totally.
I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, but sometimes I find my posts that have longer captions actually do really well because people are spending more time on it. And so then the algorithm, I think, knows that people are focusing on it, so it actually spreads to more people. But maybe this is just verging on too long. But in my experience, longer captions, and it's not, I'm not doing it on purpose. Like if I have a longer caption, it's because there's something that I actually have to say, which clearly you actually have something to say. It's not just like tricking the algorithm. But in my experience, long captions have actually done well. And that, yeah, that's all that I would add. And I think also too, like, you know, like reading the second part, you're talking about a ski mask, but we don't see that in the video. So like, it's not, what you're describing is also not fully matching what we're seeing in the video as well.
I see. Thank you.
Mind you, I write long captions, but usually a story, like an actual story, which you are telling a story here in the bottom part. And I guess you're telling a whole story. It's a lot. I was like trying to read it. It was hard to read it for some reason.
For context, I was explaining, it's a 12 minutes video performance.
Yeah.
I was explaining like the reasoning behind the outfit and everything, but I can see how like for a person that doesn't know me, it's kind of like, okay, moving on.
Or even like kind of breaking it up into different themes, right? If 12 minutes, it's such a generous offering. Like if you imagine like what are the 3 themes in the video and you make 3 individual posts, then you break it out into more bite-sized pieces of content, so you still get everything, but you're also connecting the dots and you're giving each piece its own opportunity to shine with a little bit more attention.
Ironically, there were 3 posts for the 3 tiers. That's one of them.
Great.
And are the captions different on each one?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Star, do you want to choose one?
Yeah, let's go down. Let's go further. Let's go up to the past. Okay, I'm noticing a lot of black screens. So what's up with that?
I don't even remember what it was.
It could be just the thing that is chosen.
Well, then that.
But you can change that.
You can change you can change the cover.
Now I know.
Yeah, you can change the cover image, and you should choose something that grabs people's attention from what you post.
But let's not focus on that. I'll pick something else. I don't want to pick that. Sorry. I don't want that to be the choice. Go back up. Go back up. To the top, I guess. We'll go back up. I don't know. You pick. Actually, I changed my mind.
Well, Melissa, why don't you pick?
Can we go back to the grid? Is that okay?
Back to the.
Oh yeah, we're not on the grid. Oh yeah, we left. The
Oh,
grid.
I thought we were on the grid. Sorry.
Yeah, let's keep scrolling. Oh, I'm curious about that middle one.
This one.
Yeah.
Me too. Okay, judges, love it, block it. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Yeah.
The pink money, is that what you said earlier?
The pink dollar.
The pink
yeah.
dollar.
We love the pink dollar in this house.
The LGBT
Yes,
lobby
we want the
at work.
LGBT coins. Period.
Melissa, why did you choose this one?
Yeah, I mean, I think it just stood out from everything else, and I like that it's sort of blurring the lines between it's a photo, but it's a collage. There's some text. I think to your point, it feels like PR, but in a really like interesting, multifaceted way. Yeah, and I mean I think it's something that like somebody will stop on, like something that catches the attention. But I feel like I don't see these kinds of posts very often. So I guess there's a part of me that feels like a little nostalgic about this way of playing on social media where you can actually just like have it. You're like, oh, it's a good photo of me. What if I added another one? What if I added some text? What if I added a background? Like, I don't know, it speaks to something, or like a moment online where people felt free to actually be full creators, not just like create for a platform or create for an algorithm, like create just because they thought something looked cool and they wanted to share it with their friends, which I also think can be like an effective tool when you let people in that way.
Nina, by the way, is the Middle Eastern North African.
Star or Trina, do you have any thoughts?
I agree with all of that. It really does stand out on your grid. And also the caption is beautiful. Like, and I think this is like the perfect length, you know? Yeah, I don't have any, it's great.
What are these from? Is this still from a video?
No, it was a photo shoot that I did with a friend, and like the pictures by themselves did not give anything. They were like, Meh. So I decided to like do
You did it yourself?
Yeah.
Well, that's nice. Graphic design skills.
Yep.
It's good.
You got to.
Yeah.
Every artist needs to know Photoshop, Premiere Pro,
Premiere,
BetterHelp.
But the
taxes,
antithesis to that is what you were saying before, and I think a trend that we've all noticed is that the things that look less polished are the things that do better. So you know what? You don't need to know all those things. Just use the tools that are built into the app and use that. Like, that's what it wants you to be using anyway.
I also lightly disagree with you a little bit about the idea of like a post being like, oh, I missed a post. Like, I don't really care in general. Like, that's my personal opinion, is that I just don't care that much in general about a lot of stuff. So with something like this, I'm like, oh, it's nice. I would rather you be dancing like that. I personally would like watch that. My thing that I clicked on, the first thing I want to watch is the video of you dancing, because that's what's like cool. Like, I'm like, oh, that's interesting. I would watch that. If this was moving and it was you and it said Happy Pride with the words and you were dancing, I'd be like, who is this person? I want to follow.
Yeah.
Because that's what would appeal to my simple brain. Honestly, I think like these, I mean, sometimes I think about these apps as like really like simplifying the message is not the most true sometimes to yourself, but it is the most effective in terms of audience, if that's the goal. It's like a simplified message, because most people will understand it, which is nice. The image is cute. It's great.
Totally. And a good way to repurpose things that you already had but weren't going to use somewhere else. I think that's great.
But the danger of that, and I think that we do see it on your grid, if you want to go back to the grid, is that a lot looks like it's from the same photo shoot or project.
I see.
And I've noticed, like, for me too, like if I do a photo shoot and I like share the first image, the post will do super well. And then each subsequent image from the same family does less and less and less well. Which is annoying, because it's like we spend so much time in putting these things together and making these things, and so we want the things that we're making to have a long life. But unfortunately, like, I just have noticed in my experience that things from the same photo shoot or same video or same project that I'm sort of like using over and over again gets less and less traction each time.
Yeah, and I think, like, I mean, we're talking about just like resources and the investment, and that like getting something set up for a photo shoot or for a video shoot, it just takes an incredible amount of time and money and personnel, etc. So even like when you're in that like pre-production planning stage, I feel like there's ways you can mitigate like what would end up as a single post if you just like come with a couple of different outfits and like look at different places on set that like that's a black curtain, that's like a white wall, and they could look like totally different days in different places, and you're still like utilizing the resources that you've allocated to that project in creative ways. So then when you get to a stage where you're trying to cut down different assets for socials, you like have a couple to choose from and they look super different. And I think like influencers who are like working at a really high level, I can imagine do that. Because there's no way you can like set up for a video shoot 3 times a week and have it come together. Like, you kind of have to.
Even though everything they do always looks the same. Like my like my influencer cousin who's like super successful on social media, but just looks like she's perpetually on vacation. But it's like she's been posting the same image for like the past 5 years.
What? I'm so curious.
I don't know what anyone gets out of it, and it's not actually the same image, but it's all doing the same thing. And yeah, my mind is still sort of boggled by that and what anyone gets out of it, but that's a different story.
Well, because that's the difference between someone that's like that, right? She's just a pure influencer, or like Eve, who's also like an entertainer.
Yeah, exactly.
So and like you know, or like me, where we have other goals outside of just getting the product placement stuff, which I think is might be less numbers, but it's more money in the long run, or like more things. I don't know, creative.
Yeah,
that's my goal always. It's, you know, the door that opens to the next door.
Yeah. That's right. I think a little overall thoughts about this are what I would love to see is I would love to hear you talk. I love to hear people talk.
Agree.
And people love it.
Yeah.
People love. It's not like it really is. Like I hate doing videos and I hate talking because
Tell me about it.
We're all well. I don't know if we're all, but like a lot of us are performers, and like so for so much of what we do, it's about the exchange with an audience. And for me, like just being in my room alone and talking to a phone is like does not feel natural, does not feel good, but like people do love it.
I do like Sombra mentioned earlier. I do it more often. I think it's Sombra who mentioned it. I do it more often in my stories.
Okay.
Yeah. I do have I posted a story before, and I was
That's great
super
though. Then
excited.
that means you're doing it, and that's good.
Yeah, and I would just encourage you to experiment with what it feels like to post it as a reel, and just like see what happens. And it might work, it might not work, and you should also try it like 10 times before you decide if it's gonna work or not. You know?
Yeah.
But if you're, I think like you can approach it the exact same way you would do a story. You know, like we're so like the story format is so freeing that you just like pick up the thing, you talk, and then you send it off, and it goes away, and you don't have to put any more work to a post version of that. It can be the same thing.
Yeah, and when you click reel, it's literally the exact same setup.
So funny. I feel like I do both. I do everything all the time.
But your stories are different than the talking posts you post.
Yeah,
on the grid,
they're different.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't. Sometimes I will repost them. Like I'll sometimes save them and post them. But I try to make them slightly different. You get the real tea on the story. Salacious. A little more.
If you're not following a story, you really are missing it.
Honestly, I don't care if you do or not. This is my new thing too, is that I don't care if you do or not, because I realize these days that my fans are the people that are, you know, I have certain fans, and if you want to be my fan, you'll be that. If you're not, I don't care. Because my bills are paid. And that's always my goal, is just to pay my bills, and like they will be paid. And I feel like I have like, that's the thing, that's the goal. If that's your goal too in your head of like, okay, I want to pay my bills from this thing, it's going to change how you view the whole thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Versus like, oh, my self-worth is in this. This is what we were talking about at the panel before. Like, I don't know if I said this earlier today in this panel, but just exercising your self-worth from the branding and PR part of it is really important to make money from it if that's your goal.
Yeah, I mean, I think what our panel before, which was like dinner, and I feel like this panel is like the dessert. And I also just like personally find really interesting is that I have like a really, really complicated relationship with social media, even though we've been talking about it for the last 2 hours, and I've like executed really big social media campaigns for big brands. When it comes to myself, a lot of what we're talking about, I like cannot see myself doing. Like I know that it's successful, I know how to do it. I like have no problem talking for 2 hours, but I don't know if I could do this and be like, okay, perfect post, which is like something that boggles my mind because like why not? And I think that it's okay to struggle through those things, but it's also okay, and I think part of what I've really appreciated about this panel is that like it's also not that deep. And I think like we're thankfully entering into a moment where we don't need to be that precious. And I think part of those hang-ups come from like about a decade of like people getting like pulled apart to pieces for like a minor misstep that they make on social media. And it feels like at any moment you can do something that will like send you to a very far away, deep, dark place online. So there's a lot of like self-censoring, and there's a lot of like, maybe, no, it's not gonna happen. So I think like, yeah, somebody's like looking at your shit for 20 seconds, like no more than that. You can like post and move on. And then for your friends or the people that love you or your fans who like really will stand by you, they're the ones who you're talking to and are gonna get the most out of seeing like a little glimmer of who you are. So I don't know, after this panel, maybe I'll maybe I'll make my first TikTok.
This is your fantasy. This is your fantasy, no one else's.
Yeah, it's an artistic playground too. I mean, I really appreciated I've struggled with my relationship to social media, but I've appreciated it so much because it's allowed me to like play and discover a whole other side of my artistic practice. But I think the self-censoring is like a huge thing that people deal with, and not even like also the worry about something looking like cringe or like looking like boring or like bad or all these things we tell ourselves as artists. But I mean,
but then look at all the things that go viral. The bar's low, people. The bar's low.
So low.
Yeah, embrace the cringe. Freedom in that. Yeah, embrace the cringe and find freedom in the bar being so low.
Even like sometimes
and keep the bar high for your art.
For your art, but then even like when it is low, just like embrace that. Like I have this issue, which is, I mean, I don't like, as somebody who writes for a living, the amount of typos my stories will have, like on a like weekly basis, is actually like really bizarre. And then at some moment, I was like, maybe this is just it. Maybe this is like this is like how I'm interacting with it.
Yeah.
Because it's like, you know, when you feel compelled to post a story about something, you're not like thinking twice about it. I think it's in that moment of like second guessing and let me reread it and let me actually double check is when you might start like pulling things out. So sometimes if it's like off the dome, we just have to go with it.
Yeah.
Never delete and repost. Yeah. It's probably the anti-spam filter again. Yeah, and I would say if people are on TikTok too, if you don't like a video that you posted, also don't delete it. Set the privacy to only yourself. Which like tells TikTok that you're not like one of those creators that's constantly deleting things.
Okay.
Anyway, it's just a little algorithm tool. One other thing I wanted to say about all three people actually is about comments and responding to people's comments. Because building a fan base is about building a community of people, and like taking the time to respond to comments with engaging with what people say is a really great way to actually bring people into the process of who you are as an artist. Yeah.
Even just liking their comment.
I do actually.
You know,
so,
makes them feel seen.
I don't feel concerned by this.
Love it.
Fab.
Do you have any questions? Do you have any questions or thoughts? Or
I don't actually. I thought it was very informative, and I've also learned a lot from Sarah and Sambra's piece, and the panel we had before. So
awesome.
I feel very educated right now.
I love it. Well, give it up for Jade above. Thank you so much. We have a little bit of extra time now. I wonder if there are any questions in the audience, or if someone else wants to volunteer for us to look. Get up here. I love the Crocs, by the way. I have the same. Nice. So can you grab a mic and introduce yourself? Yeah.
Hello. Hello. My name is Mags. I'm part of the group Strange Fruits. We're performing tomorrow, actually, for Pop Montreal. And I do a lot of stuff around the city. I'm a festival director. I'm a graphic designer, illustrator, producer. I do a lot, and I'm always tired. And I'm a Virgo, so I'm extra tired.
Love that. Which feed do you want us to look at? Do you want Strange Fruits or?
Yeah, I think Strange
Okay.
Fruits might be the more pertinent.
Let's do it. Is it? It's 2 O's, yeah.
Like the cereal.
Because they're so good. That's why.
There's some sort of brand visibility. I know it.
Yeah.
I'm the basic American audience.
Say that again in the
I'm the basic American audience. There's a brand. I knew how to spell it. You know.
Star Amorosity
There's some
knows
sort
how
of
to
brand
spell Strange
visibility.
Fruits.
I don't know.
With 2 O's
Where
like
have I
the
heard
cereal.
it?
It's so good.
Maybe somebody posted it.
Can we start with this one?
Sure.
Do ba do ba do ba do ba do ba do ba do.
I love it. Oh, sorry. Judges? Love it. Block it. 1, 2, 3. Oh. Oh, okay.
I'm so. I was actually like, look. I was like, oh yeah, I like was looking at on my side. Sorry, sir.
Anyone? Why do you love it? Why do we like it?
It's funny.
It's too real.
Trina?
Yeah, it's funny. It's like, it's instant. It's relatable. Yeah. It's
Eye
great. All the
contact.
hashtags.
Who posted it?
I run our social.
You run the social.
So I posted it. The
Sorry,
context
use mics
of this
'cause of the-
video.
yeah.
Sorry. The context of this video. Actually, we were in Rimouski for a show. This was our first time in Rimouski. It's all right. It's all depraved white people. There's like no nightlife. There's no nothing. We were there for like a school event, and they loved it. They loved it. They literally didn't want us to leave. So we got on stage at some point after we all performed, and I'm like, you know, taking videos. I'm like, yeah, we lit, Rimoumu, whatever. And so this is literally just a slowed down version of us just doing our thing. And because she saw that I was filming, she like held eye contact. She was like, yeah, what? And I was like, ooh, it's about to be retrograde soon. So why don't I just, you know, so that's what that is.
Well, that is the thought process that everyone should have. Yeah, you gotta constantly be thinking, you know what? It's a machine.
Exactly. But like taking a moment that is happening in the moment and grabbing a thing and then like connecting it to something that's going on is it's perfect. It's perfect
Genius
content
level
production.
content creation.
And something that's easy too. It's just like you picked up your phone and did it. So great job. One critique I have, which is another, just a silly little algorithm thing, is to not post a video on Instagram that has the TikTok watermark on it. Instagram has publicly said that they lower the views of videos that have the TikTok watermark on them.
Really?
Yeah, it's very annoying, but like you should, in this moment that you're grabbing the video, just like do it on your phone camera and then upload it to both of them separately.
You can retype the text on.
True, because like we don't post on TikTok very often, which is why I was like, I don't have time for that. And the thing is, I posted this closer to when that event happened, which was in April, but because retrograde only started a few weeks ago, I like just kind of just, I was like, let me just grab this off of TikTok and then post it again.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
That's smart. It's fine. Like the watermark thing, like those other algorithm rules, like, you know, it's not worth like not posting something because of that. And like something that's really good will still do really well. So let's do one more and then let's open the floor for questions. Trina, you haven't chosen one in a while. Which one do you want to do?
That one with the nails.
This one.
Yeah.
Boomerang.
Oh, that was the night. Oh, that was an amazing show.
They're oh, there's. Amazing. Judges, love it. Block it. 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna go in between. I'll talk about it in a second.
Yeah.
What's that?
Suggestion.
Go for it.
I'm curious. Do you have friends like you did your own video for the other stuff? But do you have like a friend who's the camera and get them to do like video footage for you purposefully?
We have a lot of friends who do not do camera work, so they're not quite useful.
Right, because I'm like, this is a really big moment, right?
Right,
So if
exactly.
you just had one friend or somebody
Who
with a
was there, like,
camera
dedicated
there,
filming.
so then you have your dedicated
Yeah.
video
Yeah.
that then when you make this post, it's not like all these retag things.
stories,
It's
yeah,
like,
exactly.
here's
For
some
the
great
really, yeah,
pho-
for the
footage.
really big dream come true events.
Lizzie McGuire, hey now,
Exactly.
moment.
Like it really is worth even to pay someone, because like Melissa said before, like people love a story, and I think like people following you already invested in your story, and moments like that show are so big, and everyone is excited to see those really big dream come true moments. So it's worth it to put that little investment in having it really well documented.
Support our music on Bandcamp so we can
Definitely.
invest in the
Definitely.
for sure.
and give them your phone. You need one friend. This is what happens. I do this all the time.
Yeah, totally.
Some friends are not good camera people, though.
Yeah.
Like,
And that's the thing.
Well, that's
our
real.
friends. Most of these stories are from
Right.
strangers.
But sometimes there are
strangers, not even friends.
there are like professionals just starting out, or maybe they're not fully professional yet, but they have better skills than like just a random friend, you know. So like, and you have people, you know, you have such an amazing circle of people. So tap into that.
For sure. For
one
sure.
thing, just in terms of the cover photo, because I feel like from the cover
Right.
photo, I wouldn't have guessed.
It's same, yeah.
I know.
That-
Same.
And there's a reason for that. If you look at our grid, and I know we just talked about the grid,
No, it's okay.
I
go for
made it so that one side is always me, one side is always Nika, and then the
Oh.
middle is like mixed. Which is why I was super annoyed that at that point it landed on me, so to speak, and I was like, I gotta put something with my face on it, but like I want people to see our fits, but you know, so.
That's actually a really clever way to like use the grid, I feel. Although it's not necessarily, we didn't see that, but like now we do, and I love it.
But it's there.
Yeah,
And it helps
totally.
me with the content curation also, where I'm
Right.
just like,
Just like an internal structure.
Yeah.
That's
But I think you can
awesome.
allow
I
yourself
love
some
hearing you talk
exceptions.
through.
Yeah.
the Virgo,
process.
she's neurotic.
The thing I'll say too about this is, I think reposted stories as a post don't do well, because it's content made for one thing in a different form, and like, you know, videos like this with the story font tagging on it, it just looks like it was a story, which it was.
I know, and I hate it.
Not
Start.
100%, because
Say
some
more.
of my very well done posts are reposted stories, but they were just good quality ones that I posted as reels. So that's what matters.
Yeah, fair enough.
It's the quality.
I'm in the habit now of whenever I'm taking like stories like this at other people's shows, what I do is that I'll tag them, but I'll drag the name out of the screen so that they have it, but it doesn't show up on my thing.
What a good
so that
friend.
so then if they ask me for it, I can download it and then they can.
See, you need a you for you.
Exactly.
Hello, where am I? Are you listening?
But really, like, I think that like you can exchange. Like, I'll come to your show and I'll film you, and then you come to my show and film me. Like,
Yeah, but I feel like Montreal is very that. I mean, I don't live here, and I have come here a lot, and I feel like my whole career has been helped by being in this community of artists. So I definitely think you can find people to help with that aspect.
But maybe sometimes it's also just that hesitation of asking, which I really understand. Like sometimes I've wanted to ask people to come and like, there's this really big thing happening. Can you just come and follow me around for like a few hours? It's an awkward thing to ask, but sometimes it's worth it. Or like buy them a drink, you know?
Don't these queers want to be
Oh, absolutely. Yes. Facts. Reparations. Period.
there you go.
100%, and they will 100% do it.
Very that.
I honestly can probably find like a really good camera person actually who has their own camera.
That's the thing. We know
This
so
is
many.
this is a private conversation.
It's so funny too because we actually do know so many camera people, but again, it's the whole awkward thing.
Yeah.
We don't have a lot of money.
I know,
Can you
it can be awkward.
True. True.
Awesome. Can we get a round of applause for Megs and Strange Fruits? Thank you so much. I think we've. Yeah, where is your show? Say it on the mic.
We're playing at Théâtre Fairmount tomorrow with Magi Merlin and Kaya Hoax. I believe the doors are at 8, shows at 9. Come through.
That'll be great.
Yay!
It's just down the street. Cool. We have like just a little bit of time left. I know it's been a long session, but I feel like we've like talked about a lot of really interesting things. Questions? Can you come to the microphone and talk it for our live stream listeners?
I will say. Let's make myself. Hello. Is this working? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Perfect. Okay. So I've had a burning question this whole panel. Okay.
Ask it.
This is what it is. You are a creative, but you're like I'm not an artist. Like I work in music. I am somewhere where I have this like struggle where I'm like, I should be really personable, like you would be on a personal page, but I'm also in marketing and or doing marketing other people's projects. How do you find the balance? My brain says one is all company, the other one says the other is all personal, but I see that a mix does really well. It's like how do you find your voice?
Melissa, I feel like you're jumping at the bit to answer and share. What do you think?
No, I'm grateful that you felt comfortable saying that, because I feel like we spent a lot of time today talking about like musicians as influencers, and I think that if you have any kind of creative practice, if you work in any kind of creative field, all of these things feel like you are in the mix as well. That you can just have a marketing job and feel like you also need to be a content creator, because then you can also tap into some of these resources. And I think like TikTok, more so than maybe any other platform, has really blurred those lines. And I think maybe has liberated a lot of people in marketing or who work in the industry and let them see what artists experience, especially as they think about how to grow a platform. And I would just say, like, so much of it begins with like measuring your own bandwidth and like being really honest about what you feel like you can do. I think when it comes to social media, it feels like it can just be linear, but there are some forms of content that are fundamentally not available to you at certain moments. Like if you want to, like, I don't know, if you want like a really hot photo and you're really proud of yourself and like you're feeling it, like sometimes you can do that, and sometimes you can be doing that in real life and you just like can't bring yourself to post it on Instagram, because even though that's the photo and that's the story, what's going on behind the scenes, like you having a meltdown before that photo is taken, is gonna just be impossible. And I think thankfully for those of us that don't need to worry about posting as often or are not actively trying to grow an audience, like social media is not running away from you. You can take a break and then come back. Like I post on Instagram maybe 3 or 4 times a year, which is like, given our conversation, wild to say out loud. And I wasn't always like that. There have been times in my life where I've posted once every week, like a couple of times a week, and then I won't, and it all kind of like matches what professionally I'm feeling I can do at the time. Or just like, I think especially if you work in a marketing field, all of these things, all of these conversations are going on in your head, that if you psych yourself out and then you like psych yourself out of posting, I see you're nodding. Those are just things that happen. And again, like in our earlier panel, we were talking about like the infrastructure of these platforms are built to prioritize a very single and particular style of content. And that is authenticity. Authenticity is like what Instagram and Facebook and TikTok are chasing down, because they want to simulate real life, because obviously that will generate the most views. That's what people want to watch for the longest. That's what they want to come back to when they feel like they're getting something that they actually couldn't get in real life interactions. So like for for people who are able to do that, I feel like it is a real skill, a real art. It is difficult to do. And if you feel like you can, it's not because of a personal flaw. It's because we're really being asked to engage and interact with a media environment that's like completely new to humans in general. Like we don't really have something historical that matches quite what this media environment is asking today. So I think just like being really gracious and like if, you know, there's a TikTok trend and you're like, oh, this kind of like feels like me, like maybe I can like try it out and see how it fits. And if it works, like, you know, maybe the first time you try, you just take the video and you're like, okay, I took the video, I'm not gonna post it, whatever. Then the next time, maybe you're like, okay, I can post it, save it as a draft. Let's see, let it sit, let it marinate. And then maybe like it might take a little bit longer for you to actually feel confident enough to post it. But like every other part of your practice, I think developing a sustainable social media practice is something that like takes time and care and attention, and it's not intuitive because again, these, like our relationship with these platforms, they're still very new. I think figuring out how to like separate the super personal, super vulnerable, I'm like half marketing like coordinator, half influencer, half like social media something. Yeah, it's a lot to think about. So
Thank you for that. Do we have any other questions in the room? Dun, dun, dun. Yep. Be real. I'm just kidding. Yeah, what's the goal?
What's your goal? Depending on the goal, I can tell you one for each. So I've already broken this down. Remember, I was doing this. I do this all the time. I think about this. Twitter is for if you're a writer, Twitter. If you're somebody who wants to break into television, Instagram. If you're someone who perhaps is younger and you think you could also do television or you want to do music, TikTok. Those, like, as far as that goes, people who cast send these things around, because I've been in these with people who are like casting, they send things. I would say TikTok and Instagram lend themselves for television more, and Twitter more for writing and stuff. And then there's Tumblr used to be images and stuff, but yeah, Instagram also casting. I get a lot of casting sent to me on Instagram. So I would say Instagram and TikTok for those things. Selling stuff.
yeah, marketplace.
Marketplace.
Selling stuff.
I do think, like, I know that
and older people.
That is actually very real. Like, and middle-aged people, like, a lot of people still use Facebook. Yeah. And, like, there is actually lots of, like, musicians that it makes sense for them to focus
to
on.
market on Facebook.
Yeah, to be posting on Facebook, to be commenting, to be engaging, to be sharing links. Like, there's still use for it 12 years later or whatever.
It's just fun. Like, this is the first time Facebook has come up in, like, over 2 hours of talking about this subject, which is, I don't know, I can't imagine having a conversation like this even, like, 5 or 6 years ago, and have, like, Facebook feel so far outside of the conversation. Especially when, like, they created, they basically set the model of, like, you create an artist page. You cannot be an artist without a Facebook page. Then you have to monetize ads. Then you have to make sure that you're upkeeping your platform. And I guess
That's how I became famous.
On Facebook.
I was a Facebook. Remember, I had Facebook, and then was it Instagram.
Oh yeah.
And then my friend who worked at Facebook. This is my big secret. Was my friend worked at Facebook, and they gave me about $250 a month in ad money, back in like 2016. So then I ran ads on all my music videos at first. Way, way, way before people really did that.
Yeah,
Behind the scenes.
And so if you look on YouTube, my very first, like some of my first YouTube videos have way more views than my new ones because I stopped paying for ads on them. But that's, you got to do what you got to do. And now look at me.
But it is a really interesting point, because where will this conversation be in 5 years too? Like, maybe we'll be talking about TikTok the way we talk about Facebook, which I think is really fascinating and like kind of liberating and also terrifying and annoying.
I mean, TikTok is like Vine recycled. Like, I feel like, but I don't know. It's not a U.S. company, so it'll be harder for somebody like Meta to buy it.
we'll see. Yeah, I also think like, each platform comes with its own kind of different kind of content that works on it. So like it gives rise to different kinds of artists, different kinds of people get attention from. So we'll see what the next thing is. Any other final questions? Great. This was amazing. Thank you all so much. Can I get a round of applause for our 3 judges up here? And also a round of applause for our volunteers.
Give it up to the volunteers.
And I would also like to thank our amazing production staff, Kai on sound, Nick on the live stream, Olivia here too.
And let's give a round of applause for Eve Parker Finley.
Thanks so much. There's so many other Symposium events this week. Please check it out. Have a great festival. Thanks so much.